presents a high risk to media freedom and pluralism. In India, Indian media often engages in rampant manipulation of news to gain ratings. A recent article documents this toxic dynamic and concluded that television news channels have long ceased to be driven by news or news values. Their sole pursuit is to score television rating points, what are called TRP, by any means, be it through fake news, hate propaganda, witch hunts, media trials, polarizing communities, demonizing people and personalities, or airing lies and falsehoods. Popular media personalities like Arnab Goswami and others have been shown to engage in such actions. The NBA, National Broadcasters Association, can only make recommendations, but these have not been enforced by the government. India's judiciary is often adversely influenced and undermined by a phenomenon referred to as trial by media, whereby media coverage and narratives are used to shape public opinion in such a way that courts are improperly influenced to rule in cases based on media propaganda rather than the facts of the case. This pernicious dynamic undermines the rule of law in India and has been extensively documented by qualitative and quantitative methods. Such trial by media is often driven by government-owned media to create an overwhelming scenario of guilty until proven innocent. Often when asked to prove these facts in court, government machinery is used to generate false witnesses or give false evidence. Fake news also spreads unchecked through social media, resulting in causing riots, lynching, mob violence, and hatred among people. Gossipy tidbits, edited pictures, misleading content sources, spurred and planted stories spread like a forest fire among 564.5 million internet users in India through social media platforms like WhatsApp, Facebook, Twitter. Some popular examples of fake news in India are the Muzaffarnagar riots of 2013, Najib Ahmed missing JNU student to have joined ISIS, false persecution of Swami Nithyananda, etc. Just to give us an example of how the false news, misinformation is spread. For example, one can see even an article in the Wikipedia talking about the 2013 Muzaffarnagar riots, which has been described as the worst violence, etc. And here we have the whole news projected by the media in a certain way, which has nothing to do with what actually happened on the ground. Similarly, one can see the false persecution against, the false case is the lawfare, the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It has been done to such an extent where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was just character assassinated, and various attacks on him, direct assassination attempts, and the attacks on his disciples, on his monastic members, including sexual assaults on them, everything went unquestioned because of just this character assassination. One can see the massive spread of negative media and lies being spread left and right by these vested interest media, and literally the trial by media happening, and which led on to illegal arrest of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism multiple times, a spate of false allegations against him, human rights violations day in and day out practically, and literally the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism having to face the brunt of these attacks, physical attacks, mental torture, human rights violations, everything because of this singular media disinformation. One can also see this is not even a case in isolation just related to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, though of course the intensity on him was just unimaginable. The Wikipedia also talks about the Indian WhatsApp lynchings, which are a spate of mob-related violence and killings following the spread of rumors primarily related to child abduction and organ harvesting via WhatsApp messages. The spate of lynchings, which commenced in May of 2017 with the killing of 7 men in Jharkhand, but did not become a matter of national attention, until the beginning of the following year. Fake messages customized with locally specific details circulated along with real videos attached to fake messages or claims. And so we have seen over here, amongst the many, many cases of disinformation spread by the media. Question 2. What legislative, administrative, policy, regulatory, or other measures have governments taken to counter disinformation online and offline? India has laws that prohibit misinformation. Sections 5051, 153, 499, and 500 of the Indian Penal Code. But these laws are not consistently enforced due to political bias, and instead heavy-handed measures such as internet shutdowns are often employed instead. What has been the impact of such measures on disinformation, freedom of opinion and expression, and other human rights? Some recourse exists in India to file the complaints, but these are mainly to media self-regulatory bodies like the NBA, Broadcast Content Compliance Council, BCCC, Indian Broadcasting Foundation, IBF. But these are toothless against fake news spread on social media. Even Section 153, sharing of false information leading to violence or harm, has never been used against violence stemming from social media. What measures have been taken to address any negative impact on human rights? What policies, procedures, or other measures have digital tech companies introduced to address the problem of disinformation? Digital companies have introduced a capability for individuals to report on individuals and content on their platform based on a broad set of predefined criteria, including but not limited to suicide, fake news, impersonation, copyright violation, trademark violation, impersonation, abuse against minor, religion, etc. Once reported, it goes to an in-house review and the user is informed about the result. The action could lead to the taking down of the content or user depending on the nature of the violation. And accounts of repeated violators are taken down. Additionally, most of the actions of global digital media companies have been around bringing transparency to political ads and fake news. In the case of political ads, the companies instituted mandatory disclosure forms. In the case of fake news, they rely on media designated as fact checker. This is just for us to understand what really are the measures broadly. And further, to what extent do you find these measures to be fair, transparent, and effective in protecting human rights, particularly freedom of opinion and expression? Except in the case of copyright and trademark violations, the platforms have been ineffective in stemming the rise of abuse of women, children, of especially persecuted communities like ASMT. There is a Adi Shaivite minority tradition. Most of the measures by digital companies are reactive in nature. That is, they rely on vigilant users or aggrieved parties to report. The experience for many in the Adi Shaivite minority tradition community has been too traumatic, leading to self-imposed deplatforming. The ASMT community responded to this crisis by running various support and counseling groups. Many motivated and professional groups have successfully gained the reporting system provided by the companies. This has resulted in repeated deplatforming of persecuted communities like ASMT. For a persecuted and disenfranchised community like ASMT, digital platforms are the only means to exercise freedom of expression. Often it's the difference between life and death. One can see, as we are watching over here, literally a question of life and death is what the Adi Shaivite minority tradition community and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the leader of this community, had to face, both from the state as well as other Hindu phobia leading groups. And therefore, one can see with such a massive character assassination, vicious one, meant to nothing less than result in the assassination of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the ASMT community had nothing other than the digital platforms to exercise their freedom of expression, to even let the world know what their leader is going through. And literally, it is actually is a difference between life and death. Such was the stakes. The process of adjudication of complaints by users on the platform is not transparent, since the details of the process are not shared, resulting in fueling the perception of the arbitrary nature of the process. Transparency to political sending is a welcome move, but it's not a major problem to have any meaningful impact. The problem with fake news is so severe and politically motivated for any fact checkers to make any impact. As demonstrated in the case study below, Indian media is severely compromised to effectively deal with disinformation in India. The digital platforms don't hold them accountable. One can see here the slew of videos and defamatory information, disinformation that was spread by the mainstream media across various ways, be it the print media or the television media and the internet. Every single channel was used to simply character assassinate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to ensure that Kailasa is eliminated from the face of this planet, literally. Now, what procedures exist to address grievances and provide remedies for users, monitor the action of the companies, and how effective are they? As one can see here, literally the slew of attacks that have been made on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his disciples oversight or monitoring by the Indian government. On any of the digital media companies in India, aggrieved parties can approach the companies themselves, police or courts. The companies are not transparent about their review process and act after the fact after a complaint. The judiciary process in India is known to be very slow and easily accessible for regular citizens. There is no legitimate recourse available for ordinary citizens, especially in the case of deplatforming. There are no mechanisms in place for persecuted companies to find a safe haven on social media platforms. There are no outreach efforts by companies to protect communities like the ASMT from deplatforming those who rely on social media for protection and survival. So next aspect being, please, the information on measures that we believe have been especially effective to protect the right to freedom of opinion, and the information on measures to address disinformation that we believe have aggravated or led to human rights violations, in particular, the right to freedom of opinion and expression. Now, India has proposed draconian content laws known as the intermediary guidelines to address disinformation that would seriously undermine free speech on social media platforms, as well as the use of encryption. One can see here on one hand, as we can see, literally the attacks on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the hate propaganda committed openly, brazenly, literally through these visuals, insinuating, directly stating and wanting to kill the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. That's how the defacing of his form and the burning, literally what one can see here is the burning of the quarters, the living quarters of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, burning him alive as he is very much in the hut that was burning. And here, absolutely demeaning visuals were purposely being shown repeatedly in the mainstream media so as to incite hatred and mob violence, lead to mob lynching. This was the motive. This was the sinister motive with which the media kept repeating these defamatory visuals, which in any civil country would have been handled extremely strictly so that the human rights violations are not so grossly and brazenly violated. So in India, end-to-end encryption is actually essential for persecuted minority groups, political dissidents, whistleblowers, and human rights activists to communicate freely without government censorship and surveillance, which can be used to persecute such groups. Privacy is a fundamental human right, and it is critical that persecuted groups and individuals can communicate freely online, free from government monitoring and interference. Else, as we can see over here, these are state-sponsored television channels which are openly showing the absolutely brazen attacks on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, abuse of his property, abuse of the people, the followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Kailashians, brazen breach of public property, criminal trespass, attacks on the monks and the disciples, the children of the Nithyananda Gurukul, literally burning the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, wanting to burn him alive, and literally shamelessly broadcasting this over national and regional television channels. And this is shown as live and breaking news. Such is the level of the hate speech, hate propaganda by the media, the disinformation, the levels of it at glaring, unimaginable levels, because what is expected to result out of this is nothing less than the elimination, physical elimination of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And further, the report also goes on to share any suggestions or recommendation we may have for the special rapporteur on how to protect and promote the right to freedom of opinion and expression while addressing disinformation. The politicization and weaponization of the media is the root cause of misinformation in India. Rather than performing its traditional role as an unbiased and neutral source of information, or holding politically and economically powerful people and institutions accountable, the role of the media has instead been subverted to become a tool for the powerful that is used to demonize minorities, political dissidents, and anyone who poses a threat to the power structure. One can see here, as the visuals clearly indicate, this is just one, probably just can be called the tip of the iceberg, because this kind of defamatory visuals, absolute false news, showing as if the people are outraged to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, when it is actually the fabricated speech, hate propaganda spread viciously by the media in the wake of the more fabricated video created by them, and that being used, as is told, to literally to demonize minorities and to justify these brazen attacks and threats to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It is incumbent upon India to take strong measures to address the corruption in its media ecosystem, including but not limited to India's justice system, should fairly and consistently enforce existing misinformation laws, Section 153, 499, 500 of the Indian Penal Code. India's legislature should pass and enforce rights of reply laws in India. Politicians, political parties, and major political donors should be prohibited from having any ownership interests in media operations to ensure their journalistic integrity. That's something that's fundamentally missing in today's media, in India especially, because the channels themselves are either state-owned or state-sponsored. So one can see here the visuals, whether it is a print media, which has political affiliations, and therefore, right from the presentation, the tone, the content, everything decided by whether that particular so-called news is in alignment with the agenda of the political party, and even the electronic media, the television channels, showing not just fabricated visuals like the fabricated video that was made and telecasted non-stop virally by the state-sponsored and state-owned media, but also over here, as is being seen, these are not acts of public hate or mob violence. These are very, very staged protests. We have been witness to seeing this kind of stage protest where the camera is set up and you have a few of these vested interests coming together and doing this act of setting on fire the forms of the effigies of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, so that it eggs on people, induces people to believe that there is something wrong on various levels against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, having planted this seed of doubt in an absolutely baseless ground, then having people voicing so-called public, which is actually not public, but these very vested interests who are paid media, who come and speak, give violent rhetorics on television, which get telecasted, so that the public is induced to believe that this whole atmosphere is now reeling with hatred against the victim, in this case, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So media houses and outlets that violate the law and incite hate and violence should be punished heavily, with punitive damages awarded to deter future violations and criminal punishment where appropriate. The current mechanisms for reporting and addressing a violation amount to a mere slap on the wrist at the best. And now we will be going into the next segment on how the media disinformation has been used as a weapon of persecution, lawfare, and genocide, which is what the Adi Shaivite minority tradition in India has gone through. We'll just go into this segment in a few minutes after a short break.
Welcome back. And now we're going to see the case study, especially the media disinformation as a weapon for persecution, lawfare, and genocide for the Adi Shaivite minority tradition in India. The media disinformation is intersectional. It is created by politically affiliated paid media tied to major political parties who are trying to suppress minority religious voices. In this case, the minority religious voice is the Adi Shaivite minority tradition. The strategy of lawfare and persecution in each of this instance has been the same. Now, what is the strategy? First, they launch a media disinformation campaign using a compromised media, number one. Number two, they incite public violence against the community by repeatedly telecasting this media disinformation again and again, seeding the public to violence. Number three, false legal charges brought with the presumption of guilt. Number four, post-arrest police engagement in disinformation that leaks to media. Number five, ending in prolonged trial over decades, leading destruction of reputation. The false case continues, criminal accusations as well as the civil actions against the community to usurp their properties and block their financial accounts, thereby rendering them defenseless. This is not a story of one single minority community. Rather, this is post-arrest police engagement in disinformation that leaks to media. Number five, ending in prolonged trial over decades, leading destruction of reputation. The false case continues, criminal accusations as well as civil charges against the community to usurp their properties and fighting their financial accounts, thereby rendering them defenseless. And government, this is not a story of one single minority community. Rather, this is police engagement in disinformation that leads to media. Number five, ending in prolonged trial for decades, leading destruction of reputation. Financial false continues, criminal accusations as well as charges against the community usurp their properties and fighting their financial accounts, thereby rendering them defenseless. And government, this is not a story of one single minority community. Now, a brief introduction about the Adi Shaivite minority community and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Swamiji. The Adi Shaivite minority tradition in South India is an ancient indigenous spiritual tradition led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It follows both the Shaivagamas and Shaktagamas. Currently, they have about 30 million followers worldwide. In particular, the extremist elements are opposed to ASMT's progressive stance when it comes to the rights of women, rights of members of LGBTQ community, and the transgender communities. The spiritual head of the ASMT community has publicly declared himself as an indeterminate gender, and composed of more than 11 gender identity components. In this regard, the Adi Shaivite minority tradition represents one of the most progressive ideologies in the world. Because of this reason, they targeted the Adi Shaivite minority community and the leader. To dehumanize the tradition and their leader, the media disinformation has been primarily focused on the accusations related to women and sexual misconduct, which aims to delegitimize the community's stance on gender equality. The story of persecution of the indigenous Hindu spiritual traditions is not an isolated happening. Like we mentioned before, it is a saga of persecution of linguistic and religious minority groups. It is the story of every single linguistic minority religious group in India, especially the dark-skinned humans of indigenous spiritual traditions and of ethnic tribes that have existed in India for millennia. In the next section, segment of the show, we're going to see how this media disinformation was deployed in 2010 attack using a mocked video that was broadcasted on a state-owned media channel. On the 2nd of March 2010, a TV channel, Sun TV, owned by the ruling party in that state of Tamil Nadu, released a mocked video perpetrating to show the leader of the ASMT community, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, with a leading movie actress. And this character assassination continued for years to come. The video went viral and it was retelecasted by all the local and national media channels. Hours and hours continued for months also. They spread this disinformation and misinformation in various geographies from Asia to America, and finally it was later shown to be false. On 2nd and 3rd of March, mobs simultaneously attacked various monasteries of the Adishaivite minority community in various cities. The main building house, the leader was burnt in his own quarters. This event was telecasted live on national television channel. So this is aimed towards isolating the leader, ensuring that enough hate speech is spread about him in the community, in the society, in such a way that he will be isolated from everybody. So the assassination attempts and further destruction to the community can happen. So based on the state influenced media, because this pressure is created just by the mocked video alone, a complaint filed by a third party about the suspicion of a crime. For the first time, you might be hearing somebody is being arrested just based on some suspicion of a crime, not actual crime or any witness per se. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was in custody for 53 days from April 21st, 2010 to 13th June 2010. The courts observed that Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was jailed on mere suspicion without any evidence of crime or accuser or a victim. In violation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's human rights, the police leaked the videos of him in prison being interrogated. They muted the audio and they leaked the false information to the media, saying that he has already confessed that he committed the crime, which is completely false. The media was engaged and deployed to spread this false information. Later, when challenged in the court to produce the full video, the police falsely claims that the video was stolen. How is it even a possibility that the video could be stolen? This clearly substantiates the fact that the media houses are deployed to sensitize and to create hate speech by spreading the misinformation and disinformation. On 13th of June 2010, the court in the bail order prohibited the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from exercising his right to speech and practice his religion as a bail condition. In May 2010, influenced by the media campaign and the fear of the government, all the bank accounts of the community were frozen by all the banks. This made them completely defenseless against further attacks. Because once you stop the source of funding, source of existence, once you curtail the very source of your existence, then you are forced to back off. You're literally making the community defenseless, and their ability to feed the residents of the monastery, including women and children, is snatched away brutally. So in 5 years later, the crime branch of Criminal Investigation Division, CBCID, in Chennai, filed a report stating that the video was mocked for extortion of Sri Nithyananda. In 2017, fake news was recirculated by Times of India that the video was verified to be true by the forensic labs. This initial disinformation using fake video became the foundation of this decade-long persecution. Please understand, but after several years, they coming out and then telling that the video is mocked is of no use, because already the damage is being done. Already all the false cases that could be foisted against the community is already in place. So this initial disinformation became the very foundation of the decade-long persecution. The initial false charges filed only came to court 10 years later and are still being litigated. Conversely, the perpetrators of false allegations in India attempted to bring the same case against Swamiji in USA in 3 states. Between 2012 to 2014, Swamiji was exonerated and the accusers were jailed and fined nearly $1 million for defamation, malicious persecution, amongst others. Now, let us look into the 2012 attacks against the Adi Shaivite minority community instigated by fake news broadcast on TV. From June 2012, a local TV channel in Karnataka, which was owned by a politician and a leading businessman belonging to the ruling political party of the state, where the ASMT monastery complex is located. This kind of powerful media lobby rebroadcasted the fake accusations of the fake false rape accuser. On 7th of June 2012, the ASMT monastery was attacked by the violent mobs. Instead of arresting the mob, the police arrested many residents of the monastery. On 9th of June 2012, the Chief Minister of Karnataka called the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as enemy of the state on public television and ordered the property of the community to be seized illegally. So you can see very clearly, time after time, the moment the community puts its act together and ensures that they are, fighting for their cause, suddenly once more they've been attacked by the same media channels for on a repeated basis, where they spread hate speech after hate speech, ensure that nobody comes in support of the victim here. Subsequently, on 13th of June 2012, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was arrested by the police when he approached the court for anticipatory bail against the false accusations against him of disrupting the peace when the militants had attacked him and his disciples and the monks in his home. The next day, when he was released on bail, he was again re-arrested in the court, yet again this time allegedly for his own protection as solution for being threatened by militants. The order being absolutely baseless and the gross violation of the fundamental right to liberty itself, the disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism filed a petition in High Court against the government seeking the early release of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from this illegal custody. He was later released on 15th of June 2012. You can see here how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was illegally arrested and the media disinformation was used as a very tool to isolate and exterminate him and the community. On 8th of September 2014, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was tortured by state doctors to a humiliating potency test, which was discussed live and it was widely spread on the national television. The media team subjected the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to abuse of his right to religious freedom as a monk and woes of celibacy by being subjected to masturbation, exposure to pornography, physical abuse, to the extent that he was wheeled out of the potency test on a wheelchair in deep pain. The media indulged in a paparazzi chase, threatening the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Extreme defamation, extreme hate speech, ridicule, and sexual bullying against Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was deployed by these media houses. The community was ridiculed for their gender-neutral identity and implying the sexual perversions onto him. The media created an environment of hostility against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and normalized all the attacks against him and his team, which included mob attacks, some pretending to be the media reporters, but in fact, most of them are part of the mob. On his way back to monastery on the evening 8th of September 2014, his cars were chased and attacked by these groups. Many of the vehicles trusted with protecting the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism were damaged with stones, and their occupants sustained heavy injuries. Some were stopped at the middle of the way, and some people were inside, dragged out and beaten. Swamiji escaped narrowly an assassination attempt that was done on him. The results of the test, verified independently by the United States and Indian and Canadian independent experts, how extremely low male hormone levels that support the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's claim of gender identity and proved his innocence in the false case against him. However, the conclusions of the same medical test have been altered maliciously by the state doctors. It leaked illegally to the media and amplified by disinformation in media in order to avoid the closure of the case at hand. Before we move to the next segment to understand the brutality involved in this media disinformation, let's take a short break and we'll be right back. Next, in 2017, the downstream effects of the media false stories, including judicial prejudice and financial throttling of the community. On 11th of October 2017, based on the persistent media reports, and in spite of the lack of any conviction against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Justice Mahadevan issued an order. The order barred the ASMT leader and his community from entering their primary temple of worship in Madurai, violating their very right to practice religion that has been guaranteed by the Indian Constitution. On 29th of January 2018, 3 months later, the judge threatened to illegally arrest the ASMT leader, Swamiji, in a civil case, made negative observations about his character based solely on the media disinformation, based completely on the media disinformation that was floated 8 years before. So you can clearly understand that the judiciary is functioning based on the media reports and media disinformation, which in many cases is being grossly violated and misused. This is further evidence of trial by media influence in Indian judicial system, where the accused is guilty until proven innocent. Now, let's also look into the 2019, couple of years before, a recent attack on the women's monastery in Gujarat. In October and November 2019, all the women monastery and the religious university run by the ASMT community was a victim of disinformation campaign that was led by Republic TV, controlled by a prominent businessman and a member of ruling party. A false allegation was made that 2 adult women who are residents of university were kidnapped, in spite of the fact that these women were making representation to police, media, and other government officials that they are not kidnapped. On 15th of November 2019, police conducted an illegal raid on the monastery and confirmed that there was no case for kidnapping. These women, fearing that the police would coerce them into false testimony, left India during the media disinformation campaign and submitted sworn affidavits in front of the Indian High Commission as well. Despite all of that, they were denied justice just because of the media disinformation. Subsequently, on 20th of November 2019, the administrators of the university were arrested and imprisoned for more than 3 months on false charges of kidnapping the 2 women in spite of the evidence against the false allegations. These 2 women who are alleged to be kidnapped have given sworn-in statements in front of the Indian High Commission. They've given statements to the media. They are available online, and they've been continuously communicating to the public. Despite all of this, it is the decision of the media houses to project a narrative that they wanted to. It is the media disinformation that made this whole attack on 20th of November 2019 in Gujarat. On 20th January 2020, a charge sheet was filed against Swamiji himself, accusing him of kidnapping the 2 women, even though he was clearly not even in the same country. Between October and November 2019, about 50 minor children in a school run by the ASMT community was illegally detained and interrogated by the police and officials of CWC committee without the presence of their parents. The officials in plain clothes without property identifying themselves barged into the campus of the school past midnight, woke up the minor girl and boy students and questioned them with intimidation and illegal persuasion tactics. Some of the minor students were shown pornography, intimidated about their tradition, ridiculed for their traditional clothes, hairstyle, food habits, force-fed non-vegetarian food, when their tradition, by their tradition they follow a very strict vegetarian lifestyle. The kids were traumatized by the defamatory and derogatory comments about their religious lifestyle. The parents filed a case against the police with courts on 6th of March 2020. On 28th December 2019, the monastery buildings were razed to the ground without any formal notification or right to respond. The owner of the building was illegally arrested, and other schools administered by her was closed down without due process in the middle of the school year. In 2019, the ASMT members from the USA submitted a report documenting these human rights violations against SPH and the ASMT community in India. On 6th of December 2019, the media in India began running a misinformation campaign against the Swamiji and the ASMT community and labeled them as traitors. On 20th of January 2020, fearing for the safety of one of the other administrators of all the women's religious university and monastery who moved to Nepal in the light of the above attacks, was suspiciously killed in an automobile accident, while other women heads of the university were seriously injured in the same. It is widely believed that the accident was orchestrated murder by the Indian law enforcement authorities trying to chase the ASMT members in a foreign country and is currently under investigation. Because of the media hype in this case, the courts who were arrested or to protect the children of the community from abuse. Any observations of that case on the part of the officials or on the media has come in too late and after the damage has been committed.
वसुदेवसुतं देवं गंसचानूरमर्दनं देवकी परमानन्दं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुम्. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva. If I have to put in one word the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just celebration. Celebrate today whole day. Give vacation for your depression. Tell your mind bye. And celebrate. Vasudevasudam Devam Gamsachanuramardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just celebration. Celebrate today whole day. Give vacation for your depression. Tell your mind bye. And celebrate. Vasudevasudam Devam Gamsachanuramardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word, the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just celebration, celebration, celebration. Celebrate today whole day. Give vacation for your depression. Tell your mind bye. And celebrate. Celebrate. Celebrate.
Welcome back. So what we saw in today's segment is about how the Adi-Shaivite minority community and the leader of the community, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahatanidanam, His Divine Holiness Swamiji, has been targeted and persecuted. And one of the tools deployed by the anti-Hindu elements in a very powerful way is media disinformation. And because of the media disinformation, the truth never came to light in the eyes of the public. Now, let us also see some of the other attacks in which the similar strategy was deployed by the anti-Hindu elements. The attacks on the Adi-Shaivite minority community is just a part of the wider pattern of persecution by special interests in India. In 2020, just last year, 2 Hindu monks, along with their aide, traveling to a funeral, were lynched by 100 villagers. These monks were gruesomely beaten with sticks and mob lynched to death. 2 Hindu monks were literally mob lynched to death by 100 villagers. The media houses portrayed them as child kidnappers, flagged up the religious tensions, and corroborated the police version of the events for many days until a citizen video of mob lynching went viral on social media. So this has been the case for every single Hindu today. The video confirmed the police involvement in the mob lynching and debunked the entire media disinformation. So this media disinformation has become a fundamental weapon used for persecution of minorities in India, especially the religious persecution of Hindus. The media disinformation is used as a fundamental powerful weapon. They are used in systematic campaign of disinformation, creating negative sentiments, negative public opinions, twisted opinions, leading to a coordinated mob attacks, lawfare, launch of false case against the victim, trial by the media campaign prejudice the judges, the judiciary, and rest of the law enforcement system acts against the victim of the persecution. This leads to false convictions, even if the victim is exonerated, these decisions come decades later, which leaves them financially bankrupt and defamed beyond repair. So what is the use of the victims being exonerated after decades? Because if you're financially broken, if your name has been defamed beyond repair, because continuously over the years, the disinformation is being spread again and again by the media. So the entire mission is being destroyed because of this media disinformation. The example of what we saw today, how the media disinformation destroyed the Adi Shaivite minority community, is a great example of this cycle of disinformation-based persecution. So the entire report is being published by the United Nations, acknowledging the various events, various attacks and persecution that the Adi Shaivite minority tradition and its leader, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Swamiji, has been going through for more than a decade. The religious persecution on Swamiji and how the media disinformation played a very important role in spreading this hate speech, and thereby all the character assassination and the assassination attempts on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism happened. Everything is being acknowledged by this UN Special Rapporteur for freedom of opinion and expression. So with this, we come to end of today's segment, where we bring we brought together all the various events, various tools deployed by the anti-Hindu elements, especially media disinformation, which is being deployed to use against the minority religious communities. So with this, we come to the end of this segment. Stay tuned for the next segment. And please feel free to voice your thoughts on how we are going to voice together against this Hindu persecution. What are the ways that you think that we can come together and combat this media disinformation and protect Hindus from getting persecuted just because of media claims? Thank you, Nithyananda.
Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just celebration, celebration, celebration. today whole day. Give vacation for your depression. Tell your mind bye. And celebrate. 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 Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just celebration, celebration, celebration. Celebrate today whole day. Give vacation for your depression. Tell your mind bye. And celebrate. 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 Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. everything was just celebration, celebration, celebration. Celebrate today whole day. Give vacation for your depression. Tell your mind bye. And celebrate, celebrate, celebrate. Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all of the viewers who are gathering with us right now for the live Parashakti Akashic reading program. And as many of you know, as we have been able to announce, we are going to be celebrating with Devi Parashakti being in her divine presence live at 10 p.m. So now let us take a few minutes, and I would like to present to each and every one of you the celebrations that is going to be happening on the day of Krishna Janmashtami, which is fastly approaching us. In just a few hours, we will be celebrating the day that 5,000 years back, Bhagavan Sri Krishna happened on planet Earth, the embodiment of pure love and devotion. In the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 11, verse 37, Bhagavan Sri Krishna is described, the great soul, greater than Brahma, the original creator. Why would anyone not bow down to you? O limitless one, O infinite one, O refuge of the universe, you are the imperishable reality beyond both the manifest and unmanifest universe. This Krishna Janmashtami, we will be celebrating Krishna as the Purnavatara, the complete manifestation who manifests in all of the dimensions as a son, a friend, a beloved, a father, a guru, and God for everyone whom he interacts with. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had actually beautifully once explained that Bhagavan Sri Krishna is the personification of any personality, and he simply manifests and relates with every human being, even if they are adharmic, even if they are hypocrites, in a joyful, expressive, perfect way, which will complete and fulfill them. So, beautifully, again, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, Krishna, the life, legacy, message of Krishna, the life is just intense life. That is the essence which Swamiji himself gave on Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And Krishna Janmashtami is the day Bhagavan Krishna happened on planet Earth. And Krishna is the embodiment of Paramashiva ever happened in the cosmos. He is the Purna Avatara, the manifestation of all the powers described in the Vedas and Agamas. And Purna Avatara literally means that he manifests in every dimension with so much of complete completion that he literally makes you who are relating with him complete, and he fulfills everything in you. The greatest happening that happened, is happening, and will happen in the cosmos is Krishna. These are the words exactly from Swamiji himself. He is a personality with so many hundreds of perfect dimensions, a child expressing extraordinary innocence and extraordinary powers, an adult who is beyond body, who does not have any idea of ordinary body. A great happening of the cosmos is functioning. Krishna was a singer, a dancer, musician, strategist, and a beloved for everybody. And this Krishna Janmashtami, we are celebrating Bhagavan Sri Krishna with the avatar, the incarnation, who has come down, keeping to his promise that he made thousands of years back, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. Yes. And Krishna expressed as an ever youthful, and expressed in intellect as amazing strategic, expressed in emotion as the most beautiful, pure romance, and in the dimension of length as knowledge, the dimension of breadth as the amazing artistic expression, the depth, the power he manifested. And Krishna was known for the courageous, for his courageous stand for dharma, that no matter what, he would always stand for the righteousness, what was right over what is pleasant. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself has spoken on how Krishna stood for dharma and stood in order to execute the right thing, the cosmos, what the cosmos had mandated and had willed to do. Krishna had literally done the whole Leela of the Mahabharata. Krishna is the embodiment of dharma and collective integrity. Krishna enacts the whole Leela to establish dharma in humanity. The whole Leela of the Mahabharata, he enacts just in order to establish dharma in humanity. That no matter what, even if you are going against the very family, friends, as Arjuna did in the Mahabharata war, it is better to do what is right, not what is pleasant. And the beautiful promise which Krishna gave, saying, Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata abhyuttanam adharmasya tadhatmanam shrujamyaham paritranaya sayudhunam vinasaya cha duskrutam dharma samsthapanatarya sambhavami yuge yuge. Whenever there is a decline in the righteousness, he will come down, and he promised to take birth again and again in this planet Earth. He said he will come again and again for eternity. Every yuga, every time that there is a decline in the righteousness. And again, once again, we're celebrating the presence of Sri Krishna amongst us through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. Krishna as well is his whole strategy is Advaita, the space of Advaita. Everything is an extension of me. Whatever I want is already a part of me, is Kalpataru. This is the powerful cognition which Krishna had operated on. And Krishna is Kalpataru, who is overflowing to fulfill every being's wish in every dimension. Krishna's strategy still works, and Krishna's Gita has no expiry date. His strategy is no violence and no enmity. The moment you remove enmity from your being and complete with it, one, the other fellow will lose the power, and second, that fellow will become so stupid you may not even need to use a weapon to destroy him. That is why Krishna never took any weapon in his hand. He just had the strategy to just have and never have any enmity with inside of himself. And the Supreme Pontiff himself says the strategy that he uses is he never accepts any enemy requests, only friend requests. It's such a beautiful way to relate with every single being on planet Earth. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues to describe that don't believe completing with your violence will make you weak. If you believe completing with your violence will make you weak, you are wrong. Krishna lived in the space of completion. He was always powerful. As a single man, he finished everything he wanted to finish. And the whole Bhagavatam, the Purana of Bhagavan Sri Krishna happening and in his life's leelas brings so much of fulfillment in itself. He is the expression of Parandhama, the expression of Mahavishnu himself, who comes down in order to sustain the whole universe. Bhagavan Sri Krishna is the Purna Avatara, who has embodied Narayana, Paramapada, in all of his glory, qualities, and powers. And Bhagavan Sri Krishna is the 8th Avatara of Lord Vishnu, who is responsible for the sustenance of the whole cosmos. Mahavishnu is responsible for the whole sustenance of the whole cosmos. And there's 5 actions of Paramashiva, of the whole existence, and the whole action of sustenance, maintenance, is what Bhagavan Sri Vishnu does. And Bhagavan Sri Krishna is the being whose first set a trend that the macrocosm can express in human body in the microcosm in a fully fledged and fully bloomed way. The whole happening of avatars on planet Earth began the human body with Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And one of the most important messages of Sri Krishna is Karmanyevadikaraste mapaleshu kadachana, meaning do your duty, don't worry about the result. Yeah. And ultimately, what Krishna is saying is not something that should be misinterpreted. Never this shloka means, oh, even if you just get 10 rupee, you go on working for 10,000 rupees, go on giving valuable work. No, that is not what it means. What Bhagavan Sri Krishna meant and what he teaches to the whole world is something even more than that, something beyond that is capable of our understanding. Understand, when we fulfill this instruction of Bhagavan Sri Krishna, something which is more than what we can understand will be bestowed on us. There is a beautiful story when Bhagavan Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, a great incarnation of Paramashiva, who happened in who lived until 1950, says Ramakrishna once tells Vivekananda, you have to go all over the world and teach and take my message. And Swami Vivekananda was shaken to the core. He was not ready at all for the responsibility. But once Swami Vivekananda cognized his responsibility as a cognition, not as a work, the amount of work Vivekananda performed is something that is unmatched, that is matchless, and nobody is still able to beat the record of going city by city, enriching people, bringing the science of enlightenment to the Western world, and invigorating, triggering the most highest advanced technology to be researched and developed, including sustainable resources, including solar power, including battery powered vehicles, and so much more. Understand, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism goes on to say, do your duty, don't expect the results, is not told from the context that if you work for 10,000 rupees, you may only get 10 rupees. You may have to console yourself, not rebel, not feel you were treated unjustly and no injustice was done to you. Life is such, if you work for 10 rupees, you will be showered with 10 billion rupees. But if you think you're going to be getting 10 billion rupees, you need to work for that. You will be overwhelmed and you'll never start the work. That is the beauty of what Krishna, Bhagavan Sri Krishna is telling. He he understands that humanity immediately, if we tell you have to go and you have to become incarnation, you have to do such great things, immediately they'll become overwhelmed. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, because Vivekananda thought such a huge result he has to cause means so much work he has to do as per his own logic. He got overwhelmed about the work. Results are caused by a cognitive shift, not by work. That is the strategy that Bhagavan Sri Krishna gave to each and every one of us, something beyond what we can imagine, and something that relates to each and every one of us as we go about our day-to-day life. If you think about the result, you will do everything in reverse calculation. The effort you need to put for the sake of this result, you will get overwhelmed about the effort you need to put, and then you will never start. And many of you, I'm sure, have gotten into this vicious cycle. You not having the powerfulness to begin is always the problem. To think that I will just do my duty and I will not think about the result. Because till the responsibility cognition happens, the logic which calculates 1 hour equals $10 will never be understood as, and also will always be a faltu logic. Only if the responsibility cognition shift happens, you will understand if the result I need to cause need not even be remembered. That is the truth. Just remember, the result I need to cause does not even need to be remembered. That is what Krishna is promising each of us. There are two states, Ishvara and Yushvara. This is what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has elaborated again. He says Ishvara is taking responsibility and making it happen. And Yushvara is getting overwhelmed about the actions you need to perform for the result you need to cause and never moving anything. And if you are forced to move, you take a U-turn. That is many of our relationship with work. The essence of Krishna's life, the message, the legacy is intense life. It expresses as health, beauty, grandeur, romance, knowledge, responsibility, power in multiple dimensions, in multiple ways, but life, intense life. Such a beautiful message from Krishna Janmashtami, and just remembering all of this gives me so much of excitement. Remembering all the great, powerful cognitions the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given reminds me, at least, that actually, hey, we are here living with Bhagavan Sri Krishna himself. Krishna, you are there in the war field as Bhagavan Sri Krishna had manifested. Just like that, today in the pandemic that is ongoing, Devi Parashakti is revealing to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is continuously guiding each and every one of us. And now I'd like to share a few verses where Lord Krishna Bhagavan says, Sarvasya chaham hridi sannivisto mata smritirjnana apohanam cha vedascha sarve aham eva vedyo vedanta krid veda eva chaham. And this means I am seated in everyone's heart, and from me come remembrance, knowledge, and everything. There's a beautiful story in Apta Pramana of Sudama. Sudama was Lord Krishna's friend and devotee, and he belonged to a poor Brahmin family. As they grew up, Krishna manifested Dwaraka and got married to Rukmani, but Sudama was married to a simple Brahmin girl and led a simple life. And he was austere living, but he remained a poor man. Tired and anguished by the poor living condition, Sudama's wife asked Sudama to go and ask Krishna for some alms. And Sudama, being an honest and self-made man, felt ashamed to go ahead and ask for his friend for help. After being insisted by his wife, Sudama decided to go ahead to meet Krishna. However, he said, meeting my old friend after years empty-handed wouldn't feel nice. He decided to carry along a handful of puffed rice for Lord Krishna. And as soon as he reached the place, Krishna received him with warmth and respect. And he gave him so much, poured so much on to Sudama, and gave him so much of love. They recalled the time spent at the Sandipani school in their childhood, and seeing the splendor, Sudama felt awed of Krishna's palace. Krishna's hospitality and love made him feel happy. However, seeing the grandeur, he felt embarrassed to take out the gift, and Krishna immediately understood how Sudama was feeling and took the gift from him, seeing a small bag in Sudama's hand. Sudama felt sad as he remembered his hungry children at home, and he stayed at the palace for 2 days, but could not ask Krishna for any personal favors. On the third day, he was ready to leave back for home, and he was not able to tell Krishna what he needed. But when he came back home, instead of his old hut, he saw a magnificent palace being built at the same place. And beautifully, Supreme Pontiff Hinduism had a beautiful experience of the darshan of Sri Krishna when he was on his wandering times in around 1996 to around 1999 until December 31st, 1999. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was wandering the length of breadth of India, and he came upon a woman whom he had been staying, an old elderly woman with whom he had been staying, and who was a very, very ardent bhakta of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And through her, when suddenly he was about to go and she stopped him and just held his hand, she literally, Swamiji says that he had the darshan of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. He says, just as a small baby, as he was described in Bhagavatam with a small flute in his hands, his face being so innocent and a peacock feather on his unclean hair, he had seen Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And Swamiji says the shock was from the very root center, and the shock was from the very Mooladhara chakra. And he says, even if he had the smallest doubt that she was a saintly lady, I wouldn't have gone. And I told her that she would come out of this illusion. But she was a simple, unassuming person with no external expressions. She was a simple lady. And just by touching me, she had given me a darshan. Swamiji says, please understand, this was an initiation. And it is not that she held her hand and I was convinced that Krishna was there. Swamiji actually saw Krishna. Clearly he was there. The shock was so much that Swamiji just fell to his feet, and I can remember, and Swamiji says that he can remember very clearly my feet falling at the feet of Kuppamal, my first inspiration and teacher in Tiruvannamalai, meaning that just as Swamiji saw his guru, he saw this woman, this elderly lady in Gujarat who had given him the darshan of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And he told her, never ever call me as Baba, you are my Mata. Meaning, don't call me as father, Baba means father, you are my mother. Yeah. And here is another beautiful verse from Bhagavad Gita where it says, worshippers of the celestial gods take birth amongst the celestial gods. Worshippers of ancestors go to the ancestors, and worshippers of the ghosts take birth amongst such beings. And my devotees come to me alone. Bhagavan Sri Krishna directly reveals in his own divine words that whoever worships him directly merges into him and attains Videha Mukti. Another beautiful verse from the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 9, verse 28, where it says, by dedicating all your works to me, you will be freed from the bondage of good and bad results. With your mind attached to me through renunciation, you will be liberated and you will reach me. By worshipping Bhagavan Sri Krishna, all the karmas and incompletions from the past births are immediately erased and the space of oneness is achieved. And with each and every one of these beautiful verses, you will be able to see how we invoke the deep feeling connection to Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And With this remembrance of Bhagavan Sri Krishna, we can deeply
Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just Celebration, celebration, celebration. Celebrate today.
Yes, completing with all the viewers for that technical difficulty. Now, in the next year, we are celebrating Bhagavan Sri Krishna through this verse where it says, "But those who dedicate all their actions to me, regarding me as the supreme goal, worshiping me and meditating on me, they will attain the highest." And why? In this segment, we're going to be understanding the various different rituals that we're going to be celebrating with on the day of Krishna Janmashtami. So if you're wondering why we need rituals, understand that God is formless, and why the need for rituals, you might ask. Ramakrishna Paramahamsa beautifully says, as long as you think you have a body, you will be able to relate to the cosmic energy only through the way of the body. A ritual helps someone have a regular habit of doing it. When Swamiji first introduced the Nitya Dhyan meditation, only 20 to 30% of people continued the meditation continuously for a few months. But the moment he added the last section, the Guru Puja, to it, a ritual, more than 80% of people started to follow it sincerely. A ritual helped them decide to have a regular amount and to continue doing it. And the Vedic tradition has some specially designed formulae for tapping the Kundalini energy at its source. There are special rituals which are done when, in the presence of the avatar in the energy field, the kshetra opens up all the gates to experience prosperity, success, health, healing, relationships by tapping the Kundalini energy at its source. Any prayer or ritual done in a superconscious energy field can enhance, and you can be able to experience that. Any prayer or ritual done in superconscious energy field enhances the benefits of the ritual thousandfold. And Adi Kailash in Bengaluru, India, is the kshetra established by Paramashiva himself, by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, invoking and installing various gods and goddesses of Kailasa. And Adi Kailash is a place where Bhagavan Paramashiva revealed the science of enlightenment to his divine consort. These are some of the benefits of offering it in the Nityaneshwara Paramashiva Devalaya as well. And in this very place, historically, when Lord Rama, an incarnation of Lord Vishnu, walked on this earth, he organized the Upanishads and revealed them in the form of Muktika Upanishad to his most beloved devotee, Hanuman. And all the rituals offered in the sacred kshetra of Adi Kailash is physically accepted by all the deities that are living energies there. Now, let us enter into the various different offerings that you can make today to Bhagavan Sri Krishna on the occasion of Krishna Janmashtami. So, in just a few hours, we will be celebrating the occasion of Krishna Janmashtami. I invite each and every one of you once again to join us for the celebrations. Stay tuned and get connected with Kailasa on Facebook, on Twitter, Instagram, and all the different social media platforms so that you can ensure you don't miss a notification for the Krishna Janmashtami celebrations. Here we have the various different naivedyams that you can offer for Sri Krishna. And this is something that you can make out of your love and to Sri Krishna on this day. And these are listed here: the milk here, ghee here, sugar here, appam, the ada, mixed banana, ghee and honey, the maduram, and butter. All of these are Krishna's favorite offerings, and you can offer anything that you like. And in this offering, you will simply see that when you're offering out of your gratitude to Bhagavan Sri Krishna, you will be simply a part of his divine Leela for the purpose of enlightenment. Now, the first offering is the offering of butter. Butter is traditionally churning the curds from boiled milk, and this is a refined product in essence of traditional villagers' hard labor for a day in Krishna's birthplace of Gokulam. This very butter is what Krishna comes to steal and eat with his friends. And the need for making butter isn't something that comes under the daily task, as it was a rare commodity, but the Gopikas of Gokulam loved to make it just to see Krishna come and eat their butter. The Gopikas would hide it in the corner and wait for Krishna to come for the butter. And for this offering in the Navanita Seva, the sacred offering of butter pots to Sri Krishna, there is a beautiful verse from the Krishna Shtakam saying, Om Navanita Rangaya Namaha, Om Navanitana Namaha, the Lord whose body is smeared with butter and the one who dances for butter. This is from the Krishna Ashtotar Namavali. This butter pot seva is a symbol of the Gopika's love for Sri Krishna. When Sri Krishna was small, was a small child, his mother, Yashoda, would make butter for Krishna, and Krishna would steal and share with his friends. Seeing this, the Gopikas also would make butter every day just so that Krishna would come to their house and steal it. That is the significance of the butter pot seva. And as Krishna loves butter, you can have this butter as well and offer the butter pot seva. The love of the Gopikas for Krishna was such that they would spend all day churning butter, remembering him to make a pot full of it. This offering is recreating that same love that the Gopikas had for Krishna, for our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Just in the remembrance of the Bhagavatam and the Leelas of Krishna, you can offer this butter pot seva. And again, this is the verse from the Krishna Ashtottara Shatanamavali, the 21st verse, where it says that Krishna is literally the Lord who is smeared with butter. And if any of you are interested in making these sevas, you can go to www.kailasamailer.com/seva. We also, as the link is projected here, we also have next the Andolana Seva. The Andolana Seva is the traditional swing seva offering to Bhagavan Sri Krishna, who is described as the one who dances. The swing oscillates, mirroring the oscillation of our mind. And in the Guru Puja, we offer the Manasa Puja, where we say, Chanchalyam Manasastatha, which means the oscillation of the mind is the offering of a swing to him. We have a unique offering to offer the swing to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the incarnation of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And by offering this swing, we offer our manas, the mind itself. It is a surrender of the mind and offering of our gratitude, where we celebrate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism oscillating in our inner space time and time again. Such a beautiful soul seva, the Andolana Seva, where we just remember the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism sweetly swinging in his swing and offer out of our gratitude to him. If any of you have that beautiful feeling connection of Swamiji and his grace, connecting with each and every one of us seated on the swing in Adi Kailasa courtyard, you can offer this seva as a divine gift to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We also have next the Churna Abhishekam, which we'll be understanding next. The Churna Abhishekam is an offering of various juices from the varieties of sweet fruits traditionally offered as a sacred bath onto the deity of Sri Krishna. The nectar of Krishna's form and story is celebrated with 25 offerings of fruit juice onto the deity of Sri Krishna. It is a spectacle to witness the celebration of colorful life of Sri Krishna through the offering of various different nectars in many different colors. And we also have references for the offerings to Bhagavan Sri Krishna, where it says that milk, curd, clarified butter, honey, panchagavya, panchamrita, sugar cane juice, all kinds of fruits, seeds, parched paddy, all of these substances which are listed here are going to be used in the Churna Abhishekam. And it says that the Guru should perform the Snapana Abhishekam for the Supreme Lord to nullify all of the various karmas. We also have here the Navanita Tulabharam, the sacred ritualistic offering of butter, measured in the weight against the deity of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And as Krishna is described as Navanita Nataya Namaha, meaning the one who dances for butter, from the Krishna Ashtottara Shatanamavali, the 22nd verse, you can offer this Navanita Seva, Tulabharam, and offer the amount of butter which is weighed against the deity of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. The butter Tulabharam is the offering of butter equivalent to the weight of the deity of our beloved Bhagavan. And the butter represents the karma phala, that is the essence of our hard work and daily labor. Bhagavan Krishna says again and again in the Gita, drop all your karma phala at his feet. So you can offer this Navanita Tulabharam as well, a very, very profound and powerful offering to Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And the Atharva Veda Parishishtha describes the Tula Purusha ceremonial offering of Tulabharam, of the Hiranya Garbha and the gold vessels, and the offering of 1,000 cows as the Mahadhana, or the supreme offering. In the Matsya Purana, it also says that the Tula Purusha, the ceremonial offering of the Tulabharam, as the Mahadhana, as the most supreme offering. So this giving for the sake of giving to open us up to Paramashiva. In Hinduism, giving is about offering with gratitude, the highest that we have to receive, the best possible, Paramashiva himself. And we also have the Sankalpa offering available for each and every one of you. This is an offering of just $1, and you can make this Sankalpa today and offer this Sankalpa, a conscious resolution which you want to fulfill, any kind of prayer that you want to fulfill, request Bhagavan Sri Krishna, request Bhagavan Sri Krishna manifesting through the supreme pontiff of Hinduism as well. The offering of the Sankalpa at the feet of the divine is sacred and conscious act of aligning our strained mind into empowering our declarations with auspicious willpower and power manifesting energy of the divine and manifest intentions into reality for living an enlightened lifestyle. That is the power of the Sankalpa offering. And as well today, we also have the offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. It's a very beautiful day that you can offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja to the Guru, our beloved Guru, who is manifesting the Baba of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And there's a beautiful verse from the compositions of Adi Shankaracharya where he says that even if I have traveled all directions in the world, I have traveled the whole world in plumb, and I have earned all of the virtues, all the riches in my life, if I have not bowed down and surrendered my life at the feet of the Guru, what then? What then? What then? Meaning, what is the meaning of all of that? What is the meaning of whole life itself if I've achieved everything, but I've not achieved the ultimate? I've not achieved the very thing that can grant me the ultimate. You can offer this Pratyaksha Pada Puja and receive the auspicious blessings from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as well. And you can also offer the Vastra Alankara Seva. There's another verse from the Krishnashtakam where it says, the Lord who is engaged in playing with Rukmini, adorned and resplendent with Pitambaras, garments, and he who attracts to the scent of Tulasi, and I bow down to you, Bhagavan Krishna, the Guru for the entire world. And traditionally, this seva is offered for better physical and mental well-being and healing from any illnesses. Now, we will be seeing the significance of the element and gold. As we are proceeding, we're going to be going over the gold offerings that you can make on the occasion of Krishna Janmashtami. Actually, in the Atharva Veda, it speaks about the beautiful significance of the gold element. It's not just an economic value or a social value. It has sacred and divine properties and is actually associated, even in our scriptures, with long life and immortality, literally achieving what every one of us is desiring at the end of the day. In the Hindu civilization, thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. The Indus River was called the Hiranyamaya in the Rig Veda, and the river Saraswati was called the Hiranyavartani in the Atharva Veda. Gold is a supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. And temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years, and it lasts forever. And today, we have several different offerings that you can make. We have first the Go Seva that you can offer on this especially auspicious occasion of Krishna Janmashtami. And the Madhura Ashtakam sings the Gopa Madhura Gavo Madhura. Yashtir Madhura, Shrishtir Madhura, meaning his cowherd boyfriends are sweet and his cows are sweet. His herding staff is sweet and his creation is sweet. This is from the Madhura Ashtakam description of Sri Krishna. You can offer the Go Seva to Bhagwan Sri Krishna on this day and offer the Go Seva to the cows of Krishna for the manifestation of nourishment and the removal of any food-related problem. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, all animals, every being is literally seen and worshipped as God, as the manifestation of the cosmic principle, ahimsa paramo dharmaha, meaning non-violence is the greatest dharma. We have the next offering, the Swarna Pushpam, and in the Bhagavad Gita it says, Patram pushpam phalam toyam yome bhaktya pranashchati tadaham bhakti yu prahitam ashnami prayatat manaha. Meaning, if one offers to me with devotion anything, a flower, a leaf, anything, I will simply accept it and cherish his love. You can offer the Swarna Padma Pushpam, the golden flower, the gold flower to last eternally in oneness with the avatar. And to the one who accepts anything and everything, we should offer the best of whatever we have. So you can offer this golden flower. And as you can see, there's different levels of the offering as well. So you can offer it in $600 and $1,200 or $1,800 as well. We also have the Tulasi Patra. And in the Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 5, Chapter 3, it says, Tulasi dhala matrena jalasya chulukena va vikritniti svam atmanam bhaktebhya bhaktavatsala. Meaning Sri Krishna, who is very affectionate towards his devotees, tells himself to the devotee who merely offers a tulasi leaf and a palmful of water. That's such a beautiful verse, where his devotion is considered so profound, and the Supreme Lord is costlessly merciful upon his devotees, so much so that even the poorest of men can offer him a little water and a flower in devotion and thus please him. This is due to his affectionate dealings with his devotees. You can offer the Tulasi Patram with pure love to receive his grace forever. And as you can see, all of these offerings have so many beautiful significances and play out in the life of Sri Krishna beautifully with his Leelas. You can take part of this beautiful grand Leela of the whole universe itself with any one of these offerings that are listed here. And as we saw, many of these offerings have different levels associated with them. So you can always see what option might be best for you. And there's different offerings that you can do. We also have the e-hundi offering that you can do either through the YouTube Super Chat or through the registration link that we have here. And you can make this offering at any time. Just make an offering out of pure love and devotion, which cannot be underestimated at this time. Literally, you will be able to experience such a breakthrough in your life. And you can take a part of the celebrations of Krishna Janmashtami this year with if your Ishta Devata is Bhagwan Sri Krishna. So now we've come to a conclusion of this this segment of today's program, and we are going to be entering into the next segment of today's program. And I invite each and every one of you once again to make the offerings for Krishna Janmashtami. Stay tuned, connect with each and every one of the social media platforms of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa, and ensure that you're connected and joined for the celebrations of Krishna Janmashtami, which will be starting in a few hours on in Kailasa. So with this, we'll now be entering into the next segment of today's program and getting ready for the live darshan of Devi Parashakti. Let us now gather for the preparations, and each and every one of us will have the opportunity to get ready for the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading that is starting shortly.
Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life. Intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just celebration, celebration, celebration. Celebrate today whole day. Give vacation for your depression. Tell your mind bye. And celebrate, celebrate, celebrate. Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just celebration, celebration, celebration. Celebrate today whole day. Give vacation for your depression. Tell your mind bye. And celebrate, celebrate, celebrate. Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word, the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just celebration, celebration, celebration. Celebrate today whole day. Give vacation for your depression. Tell your mind bye. And celebrate, celebrate, celebrate. Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru.
Nithyananda, welcome back, dear viewers. Now we have a very special segment where we will be hearing from one devotee who had the opportunity to receive blessings from Devi Parashakti herself. So we have Ma Lalataksha here with us today from the UK to share her experience with Devi Parashakti Akashic readings. Welcome, Ma. Yes, Ma. So first, can I ask you to first share a little bit about yourself, share a little bit about your background and your family?
Yeah, sure. So I'm Ma Lalataksha, and We live in the UK. I'm 24 years old, and my whole family have been connected to Swamiji. My parents, my sisters, for about 6 years now. Yeah. And I'm 24 years old, so I met Swamiji when I was 18, and yeah. So I've always said that being with Swamiji, it's always helped me through the years of me being at university, because that's when I first met him, when I first started university, and I would say I only did well because of my connection and of Swamiji being there in our lives. Yeah.
Yes, Ma. So, sorry, I missed it. You said you've known Swamiji since 2015, is it?
Yeah.
Yes. So I remember you at Nithyananda home. So that was your first program, right?
Yeah, that was my first program.
Okay. So since then, you've just been completely enamored and ready to be involved with the Sangha and working for Swamiji's mission. So you recently had a blessing from Devi Parashakti. So can you share a little bit about that, and what was your experience with this blessing, and how did you go about asking, and what was Devi Parashakti's answer to you?
Yeah, sure. So I think last month now, my sister came back from university because she lives at university, and she just came back because she wasn't she just came back quickly with the decision quickly, and then she only realized here when she got here that she got tested positive with COVID, and so we first thought it was her that just had it, and we tried our best to keep her contained and stuff, and then within that week we realized that we all caught it as well, and it was so we all quite got ill and felt ill and stuff, and then we wrote a message during our Akashic reading to Devi, asking for protection and healing, and she answered. She said, "Don't worry with me. I'll protect everyone who lives in your house, all of you, and heal all of you." And so since then, we could feel obviously her presence and Swamiji's presence, and we quite quickly we all got healed quite quickly. Within a few weeks we were all fine, and now we're all healed completely. And so yeah, I'd say yeah.
So this is, just to clarify, your mother, your father, and both your sisters and yourself were all infected with COVID-19.
Yeah.
So, wow. And this, with just the blessings of Devi Parashakti, you guys saw a lot of relief from all your symptoms and healing from the disease.
Yeah.
So that's amazing. And how did you feel? How was it when you received that blessing from Devi Parashakti, knowing that she herself is taking care of you and that you don't have to worry about a thing?
Yeah, I think because before that we were quite scared and worried, and we just weren't well, so we didn't do anything. But straight after that, I guess it was a relief, or we could feel the support. We didn't need to worry. There's nothing that we needed to do anymore. We could just leave it all, and we just, anything that happened, we just left it. We knew we were protected, compared to anyone else, who would experience the same thing outside, without any, in the outside world. Yeah, we just felt less worried and scared, and then it was quite quick that we did recover as well, so we could, that was definitely the blessing of.
Wow, that's amazing. So basically, you were experiencing symptoms before Devi Parashakti's blessings, and then immediately you were able to recover pretty quickly. How long did it take before you guys were recovered after Devi Parashakti's blessings?
I think for most of us, like within that week, we did feel better.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, I think for my mom, it might have been a bit longer, but it wasn't that much longer.
So all of you guys are fully healed, back on track, and that's amazing, Ma. Especially, I mean, I've seen so many people experiencing such severe symptoms, and many people are experiencing symptoms like months after they've been infected and are still having very, very severe infections. And you guys, within just a week of Devi Parashakti's blessings, were able to be healed, and your entire family, all 5 of you, were able to be immediately healed with just one word from Devi Parashakti. That's really beautiful, Ma. So when I heard that you guys also had some other experiences and blessings since Devi has been giving you guys blessings. Can you share a little bit about that?
Yeah, also recently, like we moved house, like just now. So that was actually a really long process. Like it took about like 6 months for us to like actually buy our house. So I remember one time we did ask Devi in the darshan, like for blessings of like our purchase of the house being successful. And then back then it was like she said like, yeah, don't worry, like I've got you'll like get a house. My dad asked the question and she answered like, I'll give you a house as big as a palace, or like, so don't worry, like it'll happen. And then that was ages ago, and then now like we finally bought the house and we moved in. Like, so I'd say like it was a long procedure and stuff. So I'd definitely say it was like her blessings to do that. Because we started looking for houses when we were fasting in March for like the Pachapatni thing, and my mum always says like we first looked at this house then, so it's definitely like it's gonna work because like the blessings of Devi, and that's what happened. That's what I think.
Yes, and that's exactly a really important point you made. Even if it doesn't immediately manifest, Devi Parashakti's blessings don't go without manifesting. It might take time, but it will certainly happen. If she has given her word, she will certainly make it happen for you. And I heard that this is exactly what your mother had wanted, the dream house that she had wanted.
Yeah, like she wanted like the puja room to be like in the right place, and she wanted like lots of flowers for puja, and then so we got like quite a big garden and then lots of plants. So she's happy with that.
That's really beautiful, Ma. And it's actually, I mean, I've known you since around 2015. We did Nithyananda home together, and I've seen like your whole family growing, and all of you guys are now connected. Even I think I heard some of your other relatives are also connected. It's so beautiful to see how you guys have evolved as a family, how you guys are growing and deepening your connection with Swamiji, and receiving so many beautiful blessings from Devi Parashakti. Can you share a little bit more about your journey with Swamiji as a family?
Yeah, they like I remember I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I remember as I think it was actually your sister who had initially gotten connected, and then you, and then your mom, and then your younger sister, and then your father also eventually, I remember, came to Nithyananda home, if that's right.
Yeah, it's like actually it was my mom first, and then like
your mom first. Okay.
You did like my sister Dwaya, my older sister, because she like none of us went, and she just went to like weekend program, and then like we saw that my sister like was like better because she was like so then my dad said they could go to India. They went that summer, and then like eventually that year I went at the end of that year is when I first went, and just before that, my dad went. And so within that year is when we all got connected, and then like eventually my sister too, and then yeah, it's just like the transformation, like we first saw in my sister, and then it just all happened really quickly. And then we continued to like do lots straight away when we came back as well, like programs from home, and then we became a center at the house as well. And yeah, it's just kept going from there, I guess.
That's such a beautiful experience to be able to connect with Swamiji as a family and to be on this spiritual journey together, to be like living together and being on this path and continuing to grow and experience all of these super conscious breakthroughs that Swamiji is giving together as a family. And I know that you had shared that it was your sister's transformation that really inspired you to come to IA and connect with Swamiji more deeply. Can you share a little bit about that, Ma?
Yeah, so like at home, my sister was like, I guess my parents like wouldn't really be able to like control or whatever, like her behavior. And I think when my mum said lots of like completion happened for my sister with my mum, like while they were both in India, and I think you could see like she was just much better when she came back, and she would like nicely speak to my mom compared to when she did it before that. And I think it's just gradually like we saw like a massive difference. Yeah, and then like there was, because we already were holding programs like as soon as my parents came back from the first IA, like I was attending every like weekend workshop that was happening in between that time. So I think through all that is when I wanted to go, because like there's always like the December programs, and they always talk about it a lot and try and get everyone to come. And that's like the period of time that I first got connected. So then for the December Thailand program is when I was like, oh, I really want to go. I really want to go. It seems like something I didn't know. I didn't think I knew like then what it was that I just wanted to go. And then obviously like my parents already went to the IAs a lot, so they spent a lot of money, and so they were just like weren't thinking of going. Well, I was the one. I was like, well, I want to go. Somehow I want to go, and then I remember somehow like we found like we got money somehow, and like my dad like agreed to like at least send one of us, like at least let me go, and then it was me.
All three of you ended up coming, right?
Yeah.
And that's a beautiful point, Ma. Just having the intention to connect with Guru, it will manifest all of your realities in your life. And you just saw like you had, spent maybe previously so much of money on IA, and you didn't know necessarily how this money would manifest, but just having the intention made it manifest for you in your life.
Yeah, and also that IA was like, it was my first year of uni, so I just started university. And when in the December time that I had to be in Thailand, I wasn't like, I missed uni for like 1 or 2 things, and it was like the last 2 weeks of the
exam period.
Yeah, and it was like there's an assignment that I was in when I was away, and I thought like, okay, fine, it's a like online assignment, I can try and do it. But in Thailand, it was like so hard with the Wi-Fi and us moving and everything. Like a lot happened. Obviously, there was no time to like sit at the laptop and do work. So I didn't end up finishing that assignment. And it was like, I remember it being really important. Like, and then I was like, I didn't do it. And then I got back and I got the results of that. it was a compulsory module, like to pass the whole year. And then so I didn't do it, and I failed that module. And then I remember being like, oh, I don't know what to do now. Like, so like I was so sad and everything. I was like, oh my god, because of that I didn't. And then I remembered, like, when we were there in the IA, someone just said something like, if whatever you left to come here,
I'll give you that and more. And myself, yes.
Yeah, and like 10 times more, or like me, like, you don't need to worry or something. I don't know why that, for some reason, even then, that line like stuck in me, like one thing I really remembered from what he said. And then I got my, like, it was like around the time I got my results and stuff. And then it was like I failed that module, I mean, and so I couldn't do anything. I remember like emailing like the uni and stuff, and then I messaged, like, I wrote a message on my wall, on my Facebook wall privately, and like tagged Swamiji because he said you can do that around there. And then I was like, I'm just gonna write a message of what happened, and like I came to IA and I didn't pass my thing. And then I remember he liked it, and I think within like that day or whatever, like my dad was like, oh, like, show me your results, like, why did you fail, show me the screen. And then I got the screen up, and it was like that module or that assignment that said that I failed, it changed to say that I passed. And then I was like, yeah, that was like the first experience.
That's amazing. That's like so miraculous, especially for a student to be, literally, you just saw it earlier and it said failed, and then we pulled it up later after Swamiji's blessings, and then you passed. That's amazing. It's such a beautiful experience, man. Sounds like from the time that you've known Swamiji, from 2015, you guys have just been having so many miraculous, so many beautiful experiences, and now through Devi, you've experienced such amazing healing and so many other realities fulfilled in your life. So such a beautiful experience, and it's so nice to hear from devotees like you who are just radiating Swamiji. So thank you so much for coming and sharing, Ma.
Thank you, Ma.
Thank you, Ma. Nithyananda. So now that you heard from the devotees who have experienced all of these beautiful miracles in their life through Devi Parashakti and through Swamiji, we will now get ready for the Devi Parashakti Akashic readings live with Swamiji himself. And we will also be having the opportunity to ask and experience these miracles for ourselves. So stay tuned and make sure that you leave a comment in the comment section and ask your prayers, your boons, whatever you want to receive from Devi Parashakti, and you too can experience these beautiful miracles in your life. So with this, we will be taking a short break and entering into the preparation for the Bhava Samadhi darshan. Thank you.
Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just celebration, celebration, celebration. Celebrate today whole day. Give vacation for your depression. Tell your mind bye. And celebrate, celebrate, celebrate. Vasudevasudam Devam Gamsachanuramardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in वसुदेवसुतं देवं कंसचाणूरमर्दनं देवकी परमानन्दं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुं. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just celebration. Celebrate today whole day. Give vacation for your depression. Tell your mind bye. And celebrate. वसुदेवसुतं देवं कंसचाणूरमर्दनं देवकी परमानन्दं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुं. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist.
वसुदेवसुतं देवं कंसचाणूरमर्दनं देवकी परमानन्दं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुं. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just celebrations.
Welcome back. Nithyananda, welcome back to all the viewers, each and every one of you that are here. And so far we have been enjoying as we are all preparing ourselves for the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Now let us see what is Bhava Samadhi Darshan. As all of us are awaiting the presence of Devi Parashakti, Kathana Shakti Padadva Yadva Padavalokanat Prasadat Swaguru Samyak Prapyate Paramam Padam. By the enlightening teachings of the Guru Kathana, by the Shakti Pada, the graceful transmission of the spiritual powers, by looking at the sacred feet of the Guru, or by the complete loving favor of the Guru Prasada, the ultimate goal and space, the Paramam Padam, is attained. Bhava Samadhi Darshan is not an event in space and time. Rather, it is a moment that lifts you out of space and time. Bhava is defined as directing and activating the emotional and spiritual energy that is created through the meditation on the avatar. The brain neurons mirror, activate, and process all the observed movements and information of the avatar just by seeing. That means without any other physical act of meditation, where our entire body silently, without any movement, recreates what's happening in the avatar, distances far away. And we experience that superconscious energy radiated by the avatar. See, the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan knows no distance. The modern science is just discovering this as the quantum tunneling. So when you enter into this space, you experience that thoughts per second rate drastically reduces, and you become mentally at ease in coexisting dimensions beyond duality, where we and the divine become one, unconditioned by the parameters of time and space. So it's the quantum tunneling is defined thus, how like an electron, and it has to cross over its energy barrier. It cannot do so as a particle, but it can as a wave, because it can just propagate through it. This is the same science that is imposed upon us when the darshan happens. The mirror neurons happen. This is a beautiful incident from Sri Krishna's life, where once, when Krishna saw his own reflection on extraordinary sweetness reflected in a jeweled ball, he was amazed and said, "How unprecedented and astonishing is this deep, indescribable sweetness of mine. Alas, when I see it, even I become greedy to enjoy its sweetness, just like Radhika. When I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it, but I can't. After due consideration, I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is still constitution of Sri Radhika." So the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan is where the Nijavatara, manifesting Paramashiva consciousness, expresses the being of Paramashiva through the Divya Sharira, and manifests as Nijavatara, the physical form, the embodied form, for us to experience Paramashiva. So the science is like how we are going to be experiencing it today, is where Devi Parashakti, the pure consciousness, the formless, expresses through the being of Rajarajeshwari and manifests in the physical form of Devi Meenakshi. So the consciousness, see, we need to understand the Archavatara, the deity, reflects the consciousness, because we are not mature enough directly to receive from the deity itself. To bridge this gap, the avatar comes down. So he gives us that experience. When we had the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of the Nijavatara, manifesting beings of various dimensions of Paramashiva, the auspicious components and the powerfulness of those dimensions of Paramashiva are awakened in us. The dimension of Paramashiva manifesting in the Nija Avatara, for us to experience the same, is Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a direct experience of costless bliss. During Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our being comes alive and celebrates with the energy wave of existence. Our very muscles learn to imbibe and radiate Paramashiva.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is like a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way we understand. Even without much effort from our side, our very bio-memory awakens the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness during Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Just having a glimpse of the avatar burns janmas of karmas from you. The best space to be in to receive the darshan is gratitude, because when you are in that space of gratitude, all your conscious illusions, the needs, wants, everything just drops. You become ready to reflect, you get into the pure space, ready to reflect Paramashiva, pure consciousness. That is all you need to manifest the best for your life and lives of people around you. Now, what is the right context to be in? Just have this inside you. I know you are the source of everything. You are everything, and you are in the embodied form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and you are in this body too. You are the source for both. O Devi Para Shakti, let me connect with you, let you reveal yourself to me. Let me be in the Bhava Samadhi. Now, as let us all now get ready to receive the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. The next step that we are all going to do is entering into the Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra. But before that, we request all of you to take a few minutes, set up your Panchopachara Puja kit. The items that you need to do the Panchopachara Puja include sandalwood paste, flowers, incense, lamp, offering of food, Naivedyam, etc. Please get ready to receive Devi Parashakti. Now let's enter into the Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has blessed the Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra as an initiation, Diksha, that transmits the energy, experience, and powers in the form of sacred mantras, just like how the Avatar transmits just by a look, Nayana Diksha or touch Sparsha Diksha, the Shaktis are transmitted to us. Same way, the Avatar literally births himself as the mantra, that encompasses all his Shaktis, energies, and transmits those Shaktis to the devotees. Anyone to whom this mantra is chanted from the space of oneness and deep blissful awareness, that person is bestowed with health, well-being, wealth and abundance, prosperity, love, fulfilling relationships, enormous growth, success in business, job, finances. A complete and fulfilled life manifests without any types of doshas, sins, evil eyes, or obstacles, leading to a long, healthy, and a blissful life. By the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Kailasa's Department of Human Services and Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship is offering the Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra, the prayer service on behalf of all of you for the following benefits. We are going to be praying for you to be healed of all your health issues, healed of all psychological stress, anxiety, addictions, depressions, pain patterns. We are also praying for you to have an improved career and a healed relationship, whether it's your spouse, family, or profession. We are also praying for you to have a breakthrough in the wealth dimension. We're also praying for all the children that were orphaned during the pandemic to be protected. We're praying to Devi Para Shakti for you to have protection from natural calamities, protection from losses in income, and for you to have solution to any problem. And for you to experience breakthrough in creativity, increased inspiration, and for you to be able to move out of debt. For you to be able to experience increased energy and vitality. For you to be able to be healed from all the insecurities. For you to be protected from any direct or indirect effects of the pandemic. We are praying for the leadership consciousness to be awakened in you. And for you to be healed from any genetic or inherited disorder. And experience completion in your muscle memory, completion in your bio memory, and completion with your biological mother. And open up yourself and deeply experience the feeling connection with the cosmic mother. We are praying for the divine feminine consciousness to be awakened in you. For the grace, blessings, and protection of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to always be with you. Let's enter into the Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Hrim Nithyanandaya Namaha. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. I surrender to that Sadguru who is eternal bliss, the bestower of supreme happiness, the one who is the embodiment of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the supreme goal is giving the enlightenment experience, who is eternal, pure and unshakable, the silent spectator of all thought processes, who is beyond emotions, who is without the three qualities called Sattva, Rajas and Tamas.
When you make a conscious resolution in the presence of the avatar, the power of the Sankalpa itself will deliver the experience and manifest your reality.
Om Namo Pata Samasta Dhuridakshaya Dwara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham. I am taking this conscious resolution today for destroying all my karmas and sins, and in order to please Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Asya Deva Devasya Mahadevasya Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayakasya. Who is the God of all gods? Who is the greatest of gods? The Lord of universes and multiverses. Who is the Lord of the cosmos? Sakala Jagat Srishti Siddhi Samhara Tiro Bhava Anugrahakya Panchagratya Parayanasya. The one who does the cosmic actions of creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out delusion and liberation. Adimadhyantaraitasya Aprameya Parakramasya Tattvartha Gocharasya. The one who is the beginning, middle, and end. The one who is immeasurable. Akara Ukara Makaratmaka Pranavatmakasya Vrishabharudhasya Mahadevasya Kamika Divatulanta Mahatantrakya Shaiva Gamaswarupasya Sakala Nigama Gamaswarupasya Shuddhadvaita Shaiva Swarupasya Nithyananda Padastasya Nithyananda Swarupasya Shuddha Sachidananda Vigrahasya Rupa Rupatitasya Sakala Nishkala Swarupasya Nithya Niranjana Niramaya Nirvikara Khandadi Visheshanasya Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivasya Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Avatar Bhutasya Sarvadeva Devi Swarupasya Bhagavataha Shri Nithyananda Paramashivasya Cha Prityartham Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmana Madhya Pararte Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvatamanvantare Ashtavimshati Tame Nitya Yuge Prathame Pade Jambu Dvipe Bharata Varshe Bharata Khande Mero Dakshine Pashve Shatabde Asmin Vartamane Vyavaharike Prabhavadinam Shashtyaha Samvatsaranam Madhye Shubhanama Samvatsare Shubhayane Shubharatau Shubhamase Shubhapakshe Shubhatitau Shubhavasara Yuktayam Shubhanakshatra Shubhayoga Shubhakarana Evam Guna Viseshana Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhaditau Adikailase Kalpavrikshasya Daha Nithyanandanagare Smrita Smritana Muktidayake Mahakshetre. Now we request all the participants, whether you're offering this mantra for yourself or for someone else. If you are offering this for a male, kindly chant the male names now. Namadheyasya. Now we request all the participants, whether you're offering this for yourself or for someone else. If you're offering this for a female, kindly chant the female names now. Namnyaha cha yajamananam avayoho sahakutumbhanam bandhuvarganam dayadivarganam mitravarganam sodaravarganam samesham. For all those who are participants, so send me with their families, relatives, inheritors, brothers, friends, and everyone. Sarva Bhishta Siddhyartham, Sarva Mangalavaptyartham, Uttarottarana Chinna, Srilakshmi Praptyartham. Always let there be all types of good and auspiciousness. Always let there be abundant flow and steady flow of abundance, prosperity, and wealth. Kutumbe Sarvesham, Sarva Bhishta Siddhyartham, Chintita Manoratha Vaptyartham. Let the family always have all kinds of auspiciousness and anything which is desired be fulfilled. Samesham Adivyadi Nivrityartham Samesham Shiradipada Paryantam Vidyamananam Sameshu Angeshu Jarita Janishyamana Sakala Vidha Nana Vidaroganam Vyabohartam Tadvara Rogadagatra Siddhyartham. Let all chronic diseases be healed. Let all kinds of diseases and disorders in the body starting from head till toe, which has occurred or which is yet to be occurred with in the various parts of the body be healed. Let a strong diseases, healthy handsome, graceful body be of Samesham Parekartribhishya Kridakarishyamana Sakala Vidha Mantra Tantra Yantra Vishachurna Abhichara Sambhana Marana Uchatana Vidveshana Vashikaranadi Mantrika Prayoge Vyaharakshana Praptyartham Tadvara Samesham Sarvabhishta Siddhyartham. Let protection be obtained from all the evil effects of acts performed by people either in the past or yet to be performed in the future, through the use of mantras, tantras, yantras, poisonous pills, employing pills for malevolent purposes like making a person immobile, killing a person through vomiting diarrhea, upsetting and ruining the health, poisoning and hypnotizing, etc. Apamrityu dosha nivrityartham, kalam mrityu, akalam mrityu, durmrityu nivrityartham. Let all the doshas of related death like the time death, unnatural death, fatal death be removed. Samesha manta drishti, vahi drishti, krura drishti, vyapara drishti, anukula drishti, pratikula drishti, ityadi. Sakala vida drishta dosha nivrityartham. Let all the effects of evil eyes from known and unknown sources, effects of cruelty, filled eyes, evil eyes of business enemies, effects of evil eyes of people who may project as if they are well wishers, and the effects of evil eyes of the people who are against our well-being be removed. Samesham anta shatru, vahi shatru, krura shatru, vyapara shatru, anukula shatru, pratikula shatru, ityadi. Sakala vida shatru badha nivrityartham. Let all the effects of inner enemies, outer enemies, fears enemies, business enemies, enemies who project themselves as good, and enemies who work against our well-being be removed. Samesham matrusha padi, sakala vida shapanam vyapohanartham. Let the effects of all the curses right from the mother be removed. And adi avidyavasanaya pravartamane asmin mahati samsara chakre vichitra bhihi karmagati bhihi vichitrasu yonishu punah punahane kada janatva. From time immemorial, due to ignorance, we get caught in the vast cycle of birth and death. Due to the effects of our action, we take birth again and again in various bodies, which is quite strange. Kenapi punyakarma visheshena bhagavataha Sri Nithyananda Parameshivasya Parimitaya Kripaya Idanin Tana Manushya Janma Praptavatam. Yet, due to some good action, with extreme and immeasurable compassion and grace of Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Parameshivam, we have been blessed with a human body. Samesham iha janmani purva janmani janma janmantareshu sarvaihi kritanam Shiva ninda devi ninda guru ninda dosha vyapohartham Shiva parada devya parada gurva parada dosha vyapohartham. Any kind of abuse we may have done to Paramashiva, Parashakti and Guru in the present birth, past birth, or in any of the births be removed. Any kind of crimes or offences committed against Paramashiva, Parashakti and Guru be removed. Brahma Hatya Sura Pana Swarnasteya Guru Kalpa Gamana Tatsansargapya Panchamaha Patakali Samasta Papa Vitiriktatam. Let the 5 great sins like killing a Brahmin, drinking prohibited alcohol, stealing gold, having illicit relationship with Guru's wife, one's own mother, elder sister, another such motherly figures, and associating with those people who have committed one of the above mentioned sins be removed. Apicha sarvai balye vayasi kaumare yovane vardhake cha. Let all the karmic effects of action done as a child, adolescent, youth, and as an old age person. Jagrat swapna sushupti avastasu. Let all the karmic effects of action done in the wakeful dream or each state. Karmendriya jnanendriya vyaparai sambhavitanam. Let all the sins done through karmendriyas, that is the 5 organs which perform action like speech, hands, feet, excreting, and reproductive organs in jnanendriyas, that is the 5 organs which receive information like ears, eyes, nose, tongue, and skin. Rahasyakratanam, prakashakritanam, atipatakanam, upapatakanam, sankalikaranam, malini Apatikaranam, Jati Brahmachakanam, Prakiritanam, Evam Navanam, Navavidhanam, Bahunam, Bahuvidhanam, Sarvesham, Papanam, Sadhyaha. Let the sins which are done openly or secretly, the greatest of the great sins, minor or the minor sins, multiple sins, like raping of women, unjustifiable sin, sin of destroying the caste system, narrow-minded sin, such 9 sins and 9 types of sins, more sins and more types of sins be removed immediately and instantly. Apanodana Dwara. समस्त मंगल प्राप्त्यर्थम शिव भक्ति देवी भक्ति गुरु भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम परमशिवत्व परमशिव शक्ति परमशिव स्थिति सिद्ध्यर्थम. The more of sins that is discovered with all auspiciousness, Paramashiva Bhakti Devi Bhakti Guru Bhakti be obtained. Let the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, and powers of Paramashiva be obtained. Kutumbe Sarvada Sanmangala Praptyartham Anyonya Prema Bhivrityartham Purnatva Siddhyatam Sarva Panivrityartham. Let the whole family always be showered with all auspiciousness, that mutual love bloom among all the people. Let completion happen. Let all the mishap be removed. Ksheprarogya Vaptyatam Ayurvridyartham. Let healthy body be obtained instantly and immediately. Let longevity be bestowed. Paridyoge Sarvajanvashikaranatam Tadvarugnato Natasthana Praptyartham. Let your charisma impress everyone in business and job, and through that let you attain the best of the best position. Bahudana Saukya Praptyartham Graha Kanaka Pashuputra Paudra Dhanadhanya Saukya Praptyartham. Let extreme and wealthy happy life happen. Let various wealth be showered in the form of house, gold, cattle, children, grandchildren, money, grains, and all the comforts related to worldly life. Adityadina navanam grahanam dosha pida nivaranatam adityadina navanam grahanam anukulyata siddhyatam. Let all the malefic effects of the 9 planets be removed, and let auspiciousness be bestowed by the grace of all 9 planets. Bhumyantarikshe vidyamana bhuta preta pishacha rakshasa brahma rakshasa vetala Kushmanda, Dakini, Shakini, Ityadi, Sarvarishta Nivaranartham. Let all the evil effects that cause calamities on planet Earth, the evil effects of various demonic beings like Bhuta, Preta, dead people, Pishacha, demon, Rakshasa, Brahma Rakshasa, Vetala, Ghost, Kushmanda, class of demons, Dakini, little devil, Shakini, kind of female demon be removed, Manovyakulata Nivaranartham. Let the mental confusion and worry be removed. Prarabdhe karmani karishyamane karmani adidaivika adibhautika adhyatmika vigna nivaranartham. Let all the obstacles be removed with regard to actions done or going to be done relating to God, world and spirituality. Samasarana nivaranartham dhana lakshmi, dhanya lakshmi, santana lakshmi, saubhagya lakshmi, Vidya Lakshmi, Shaurya Lakshmi, Vijay Lakshmi, Vidya Lakshmi, Ityadi Ashtalakshmi, Paripurna Kripa Kataksha Siddhyartham. Let all the loans be removed. Let all the Ashtalakshmis, like Dhan Lakshmi, wealth, Dhanya Lakshmi, food and grains, Santana Lakshmi, offspring, Saubhagya Lakshmi, fortune, Vidya Lakshmi, knowledge, Shaurya Lakshmi, bravery, Veera Lakshmi, heroism, Vijay Lakshmi, success be showered. Pariksha Sunnata Sthane, Vijaya Praptyartham, Sarva Vidya Parangata Siddhyartham, Medha Shakti, Grahana Shakti Abhiruddhyartham. Let top rank be obtained in the examination. Let all the excellence be acquired in all the fields of knowledge. Let memory, power, understanding, ability be increased. Ityadi Sakala Vida Sanmangalani, Guru Kripa Katakshina Praptyartham. By the grace of the Guru, let all the above auspicious be showered upon Shri Kailas, Nadadvadashanta Shyamala Pitha, Roda, Shimina, Shindareshwara, Abhinaswarupa, Parashyaputra, Ratna Kumara, Gurumanya Tulyavatara, Shri Parvati, Sanyapan Labda Divyajnana Vishuddha, Sakala Nigama, Gamasara Bhuta Dravida Veda Pravartre, Srimad Paramashiva Karuna Samadhikata Muktama Chitrashrayana Giyamana. Chatra Chamara Shri Chinha Kahaladi Samasta Birada Valyalankrita Jnana Vijnana Chakravarti Sarvajana Sangha Sadhyo Nirvana Diksha Vyapavarga Varsha Vishrana Ji Muta Paramatakalabakke Sari Shaiva Siddhanta Stapana Charya Shri Rajadi Raja Pandya Maharaja Guru Shapana Shakyadi Mahandakara Nivarana Jnana Bhanu Vikshana Narhar Dvajo Chedana Purvaka Srimad Rishabhadvaja Stapaka Shaiva Samaya Kartre Acharya who established the Shaiva Siddhanta, the Raja Guru of the Pandya King, the Supreme King of all kings. The Guru is also the Pandya King, the Supreme King of all kings. The enlightening sun that removes utter darkness of the illusion, the one who installed the Vrishabha flag, the creator and reviver of Shaivism. Sarvajna Pitha Ruda Shri Jagat Guru Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Swami Vagi Sundara Manikya Vachaka Swamina Avatara Bhuta Shri Jnana Sambandha Swami Punaratirtha Shamala Pita Sarvajna Pita Tanvatitara Dushitama Guru Mahasannidhana, the one who is the ruler of Sarvajna Pita, the seat of omniscience, O the avatar of such the above mentioned attributes, the Guru of the whole world, Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Swami Appar Sundara and Manikya Vachaka Swami, O the ruler of the kingdom of enlightenment, the Shamala Pita Mahasamastana, which was created and revived by Jnana Sambandha Swami, O the one who has ascended the seat of omniscience, the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam, Arunagiri Yogeshwara Parampara Karunachala Sarvajna Pita Guru Mahasannidhana, Kailasa Paramparagata Kanchi Kailas Sarvajna Pita Essential Tradishtama Guru Mahasannidhana, the one who has ascended the seat of Kanchi Kailas Sarvajna Pita as 233rd Pontiff Guru Mahasannidhanam in the lineage of Kailasa. Nityotsava Nitya Mangala Nitya Kalyana Nitya Kailasa Parampara Adi Kailasa Nityananda Pita Mahasamastana Mahasimhasana Pita Kartre, the creator of Nityananda Pita Mahasamastana Mahasimhasana Pita, which is eternally celebrating auspicious festival and having the attractive energy of enriching. Sakshat Shri Parameshwar Samudbhuta Kailasa Paramparagata Vaivasata Maniksha Karichandra Bhagirata Shri Ramachandra Shurasi Nityadi Anavachinna Sarvabhauma Chakravarti Paramparagata Chatushashti Yogini Mandita Chatushashti Sampradaya Pravartaka Manudharma Shasana Surya Vamsha Prapta Sarvajna Pita Surangi Samrajya Murdha Vishikta Chuda Mani Sakshat Shri Parameshwar Samudbhuta Kapila Mahaguru Punaratrita Mahanirvani Pita Ashtottara Sahasra Shri Mahamandaleshwara Sakshat Shri Parameshwar Simhasanabhishikta Samasama
गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ नवचिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अठल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अठल पीठाधीश्वर the 1008 श्री अठल पीठाधीश्वर of अठल पीठ which is an unbroken lineage of Pontus starting from Bhagavan Mahaganapati who is the leader of the Ganas and who is coronated by Bhagavan Paramashiva himself. Shri Dharma Mukti Swargapura Swarna Pita Trayovamsha Guru Mahasannidhana
Kailas Paramparat Adipita Sarvagnya Pita Jagat Guru of Adipita Sarvagnya in the lineage of Kailasa Shri Kailasa Punarudharaka Shri Kailasa Paramacharya Srimad Paramahamsa Parivrajaka Varya Satchidananda Pranava Swarupa Shrotriya Brahmanishta Srimad Jagat Guru Shri Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swami Nam Priyatam who is in the state of Paramahamsa, the Acharyas of all sannyasis and Parivrajakas, the embodiment of pure truth, consciousness and bliss, embodiment of sacred syllable Om, the knower of the Vedas, one established in the super consciousness. Tesham Padar Vindayoho Bhakti Siddhyartam Guru Kripa Kataksha Siddhyartam Shema Stairya Virya Vijaya Ayura Roga Aishwaryana Abhiruddhyartam Dharmata Kamoksharita Palapushartha Siddhyartam Mama Samasudrita Upashantyartam Samasta Mangalavaptyartam Bhagavad Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prasadena Sakudumbasya Jnana Vairagya Jivan Mukti Praptyartam Cha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivasya Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Avatara Bhuta Sarvadeva Devi Swarupasya Avataha Shri Nithyananda Paramashivasya Cha Dhyana Shodasopachara Sarvopachara Archana Radhana Puja Prarthana Karishye Om Anandagandalaya Namah Bhavarodaveshajaya Namah Kalpatarave Namah Ikshitapaladayakaya Namah Pashupataye Namah Bhashavimochakaya Namah Ikshitapaladayakaya Namah Bhagyavriti Parivartakaya Namah Madhivyadi Vinashakaya Namah Samasta Kalyana Gunanvitaya Namah Vidadipurishaya Namah Sri Kailasapataye Namah Om Shivashakti Aikya Swarupaya Namah Om Rim Nithyanandaya Namah Om Ham Ham Shivaya Namah Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namah Om Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Avatara Bhuta Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Shri Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swamine Namaha Om Nithyanandam. Let's enter into the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti. Sindhuraruna Vigraham Trinayanam Manikya Mauli Spuratara Nayaka Shekaram Smitamuki Mapi Navakshoruham Panibhyam Alipurnaratta Chashakam Raktodbalam Vibratin Saumyam Ratnagarastaratta Charanam Dhyayet Paramambikam.
In the same space. It is all. Get ready to receive Devi Parashakti. Please sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Have your eyes closed, bringing your entire awareness to your Ananda Gandha, your being center, above your navel and below your heart center.
Let's start chanting the Mahavakya. Please start chanting the Mahavakya.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Shivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Along with the mantra.
Om
Yopam pushpam veda pushpavan prajavahan pushpan bhavati chandrama vapam pushpam pushpavan prajavahan pushpan bhavati evam veda yopamaytanam veda ayatanavan bhavati pushpai pujayami. Please take a look at this. Slowly wave it. Along with the mantra, please ring the bell. Purvantam durvadayo osman duraditam durvayam vayam durvamastam devanamasi swasnitamam papritamam dushtatamam vannitamam devahutamam vritamase avartanam trigumasvamatva amitrasya tvajaksha prekshema bhairma samvikta matva hitasisham rupamagrapayami.
Om Nithyananda
And slowly wave it.
Paramashivoham.
Along with the mantra, and please ring the bell.
Om
Buddhi sajata vedo padnirniritam mama pashugashamahhyamavah jivanam chadisho disha manantikum sijata vedo gamashram purusham jagat avipradagnagahi shriyama paripasaya deepam darshayami.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Om madhuvataratayate madhuksharanti sindhavaha madhvina santoshadhihi madhunaktamutoshasi madhumatparthi umrajaha madhudhyaurastanam pita madhumanyo vanaspate madhumagamastu suryaha madhirgaho bhavantu naha madhu 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 naivedyam nivedayami.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Rajadhirajaya prasanya sahine namo vayam vayi shavanaya kurmahe same kamam kamakavaya mahyam kameshwaro vayi shavano dadati
नमतो कुबेराय वैश्रवणाय महाराजाय नमः कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि कर्पूरनीराञ्जनं दर्शयामि Receive the darshan of
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
செல்லாதா நானே ஆடும் கலையின் நாயகன் நானே அசையும் பொருளில் இசையும் நானே ஆடும் கலையின் நாயகன் நானே எதிலும் இயங்கும் இயக்கம் நானே எதிலும் இயங்கும் இயக்கம் நானே எல் இசை நின்றால் அடங்கும் உலகே நான் அசைந்தால் அசையும் அகிலமெல்லாமே நாம் அசைந்தால் அசையும் அகிலமெல்லாமே அறிவாய் மனிதாவும் ஆணவம் பேரிட நான் அசைந்தால் அசையும் அகிலமெல்லாமே அறிவாய் மனிதாவும் ஆணவம் பேரிட ஆடவாயனோடு பாட வந்தவனின் பாடுவாயை இனி மூட வந்ததும் பாட்டும் நானே பாவமும் நானே பாடும் உன்னை நான் பாட வைத்தேனே பாட்டும் நானே பாவமும் நானே கத்திக்கம் திகதிகம் திகதி தனி தபதி தனி 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 தப மகரி சமகரி பமகர பமகரி மக பமர பமரனிதம் झुमक झुमक जाना झुमक जाना झुमक झुमक बिंदा बिंदा आ झुमक झुमक बिंदा इंदा सागरी सागरी दरी ददा दरी दनी दब मामा दरी दरी katapani nakita jenu tari denita tamri gada gari magari tariga tajam tajam tariga gada ni tariga ma dundri gada gari tam tariga ba parani gari gada sagari maga gada papa mada papa ni mada papa mani da ni sagari maga tikari dani tam sagari dani tari dani da dari dani da dani da rigam mada maga mada dani da dani 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 tanti magari ga pamari ga dani dani meri dani da dani da papa pata dani da papa dani da papa dani 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 tanti dani ga pamari da dani 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 da magari dani da tanti da papa dani kamari atuna bavamunani ஓம்காரி உயர்ந்த ஞானத்து இருந்து அருள் செய்யும் மகா கையிலாசத்து உணர்வுயிர் ஒடுங்கி உத்தம நிலையிருக்கும் பொழுதும் பரமசிவனார் பாகமாயிருந்து சிவத்துள்ளொடுங்கிய சக்தியாயிருந்தும் சிவமாயிருந்தும்
இருப்பதையும் இயற்கையையும் முறையாய் நடத்தும் பரமேஸ்வரி பராசக்தி பண்டிமாதேவி பரஷோடசி மீனாட்சி கண்மலர்ந்தேன் நிஜாவதாரம் நித்யானந்தன் வடிவம் தாங்கி ஆசிகளோடு ஆனந்தமும் அனைவர்க்கும் அளித்தோம் இங்கு இணைந்திருக்கும் எல்லோர்க்கும் நன்மை தங்கிடட்டும். தீமை அழிந்து தீவினை ஒழிந்து நன்மையோடு சுகமும் நான்மறை ஞானமும் உண்மையொடு ஆகமத்தின் உத்தம அறிவும் தன்மையுள் மலர்ந்து பரமசிவத்துவம் பாங்காய் அமையட்டும். ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
காளி திரிசூலி சூர சம்ஹாரி தசரா காணத்தா வாராளம்மா. காளி திரிசூலி சூர சம்ஹாரி தசரா காணத்தான் வாராளம்மா. துளசையிலே குடியிருக்கும் முத்தாரம்மா, நம்ம குறைகளைத்தான் தீர்த்து வைக்க வாராளம்மா. வர காளிதான் முத்தாரம்மா தேவிதான், சூறாவளி காத்த போல வேகமாகத்தான். பூமியெல்லாம் நடுநடுங்க, வானமெல்லாம் கிடுகிடுங்க, சூலமதை ஏந்திக்கிட்டு வாராளம்மா. சலங்கையொளி கலகலக்க, சாத்தானும் சலசலக்க, சம்ஹாரம் செஞ்சிடத்தான் வாராளம்மா. சடை பின்னிக்கிட்டு போற பல்லு காட்டிக்கிட்டு போல விழி தேடியம்மா வாராளம்மா. வேஷம் கட்டி ஆடுகிற மக்களுக்கு வாக்கு சொல்ல மருளாடி முத்தாரி வாராளம்மா. காலபயம் நீக்கிவிட வாராளம்மா. காணிக்கையை வாங்கிக் கொள்ள வாராளம்மா. வானிடையை முந்திக்கிட்டு வாராளம்மா. பஞ்சங்களை பாலருக்க வாராளம்மா. காலபயம் நீக்கிவிட வாராளம்மா. காணிக்கையை வாங்கிக் கொள்ள வாராளம்மா. வானிடையை முந்திக்கிட்டு வாராளம்மா. பஞ்சங்களை பாலருக்க வாராளம்மா. முத்தாரம்மா அம்மா முத்தாரம்மா, வாராளே வாராளே முத்தாரம்மா. காளியம்மா திரிசூலியம்மா, காட்டாறு வெள்ளம் போல வாராளம்மா. அம்பை படபடக்க உடுக்கை தடதடக்க உக்ர காளி வாரா. சூடி பக்ர காளி வாரா. காலை ஏந்திக்கிட்டு சூரன் தலையெடுக்க சக்தி தேடி வாரா. துளசி முத்து மாறி வாரா. அம்பை படபடக்க உடுக்கை தடதடக்க உக்ர காளி வாரா. சூடி பக்ர காளி வாரா. காலை ஏந்திக்கிட்டு சூரன் தலையெடுக்க சக்தி தேவி வாரா. துளசி முத்து மாறி வாரா. பூவும் கமகமக்க பூசு மஞ்சளுடன் சூழ காளி வாரா. நம்ம முத்தார தேவி வாரா. நாவு கயிறு தொட காவுதனை எடுக்க மதிரி தேவி வாரா. துளசி முத்தார சூழி வாரா. பூவும் கமகமக்க பூசு மஞ்சளுடன் சூழ காளி வாரா. நம்ம முத்தார தேவி வாரா.
ஓம் Pragnya Rajput Tatasthu. I will protect your child. Don't worry. Om Om
Kalyana Sundaram. Gandhi Madinathan will be liberated. Kailasa Vipraptirastu. Tatastu. Om. Sobiragunathan Tatast. குலத்தையும் குழந்தைகளையும் வம்சத்தையும் நன்றாய் காக்கின்றேன். வாழ்வீர் வளத்தொடு போய்வா. கோவிந்தசாமி. சரணாகதியின் அறிவியலை சக்தி சொல்லுகின்றேன் கேட்டுக்கொள். செல் ஆதி கையிலைக்கு சந்நியாச பயிற்சி முறையாய் பெற்றிடு. பிறகு கையிலையும் வாய்க்கும் ஆன்மீக ஞான தீக்ஷா நாமமும் சேரும். பேரங்கள் பேசாது மனத்தை விடுத்து உயிரை கொண்டு சென்று ஆதி கையிலையில் இருந்து முறையான சந்நியாச பயிற்சியோடும் திடமான தியாகத்தையும் பெற்றுக்கொள். கைலாச வாழ்வமையும் ஞான பெயரும் அமையும். ஓம்.
ஆத்தாளிலேலோ ஆத்தாளே ஆயிலேலோ
மதன்குமார். ததாஸ்து. கிடைத்தபடி வேலையும் கிடைக்கும், பெரும் பணமும் கிடைக்கும், நிலைத்த வாழ்வமையும் நிம்மதி சுகம் கிடைக்கும். போய் வா. ஓம். Agarwal. Tatast. You will be showered with wealth. You will get more than what you invested. Chitra Ravi. Tatast. Do a japa of Om Hreem. You will manifest my own Vak Shakti. Tatast. Adya Agarwal. Go to Adi Kailasa. Get the spiritual training. Then you will receive spiritual name and the place in Kailasa. Om.
Mama மாமர சொல்லைகளாம் மந்திகளின் கூட்டங்களாம் மந்திகளின் கூட்டத்திலே மங்கையந்தர காயமா அடர்ந்த மலை காடு அது ராட்சதுக்கு வீடு பல மோதிரும் சொல்ல நாம் பார்க்க போற மேல அகந்தமல சொங்குகளாம் தேவமா தீர்த்த தொட்டி அகந்தமல சொங்குகளாம் தேவமா தீர்த்த தொட்டி அங்கிருந்து தீர்த்த வர ஆத்தாவாக்கு சக்தியால ஏழு மலை வாசாகி எங்கள் குலகேசா திருப்பதி மலை வாசா ஜெகம் புகழும் ஸ்ரீனிவாசா அந்த மலை சங்குகளாம் ஆளிரங்க பொய்கைகளாம் மரத மலை சொங்குகளாம் ஆளிரங்க பொய்கைகளாம் அந்த மலை ஆளுகின்றார் அழகு மலை மாய கண்ணன் அடர்ந்த மலை காடு அது ராட்சதுக்கு வீடு பல மோதிரும் சொல்ல நாம் பார்க்க போற மேல மலைக்கு மலை அழகா மலைய சுத்தி தொப்பழகா மலைக்கு மலை அழகா மலைய சுத்தி தொப்பழகா மலை மேலே வாழுகின்ற மாயழக தங்களுக்கு ஏழு மலை வாசாகி எங்கள் குலகேசா திருப்பதி மலை வாசா ஜெகம் புகழும் ஸ்ரீனிவாசா மலை மேலே வாழுகின்ற மாயழகன் கண்ணனுக்கு மலை மேலே வாழுகின்ற மாயழகன் கண்ணனுக்கு மாமதுரை சீமை பார்க்க மனதிலையும் ஆசை கொண்டார் அடர்ந்த மலை காடு அது ராட்சதுக்கு வீடு பல மோதிரும் சொல்ல நாம் பார்க்க போற மேல தீர்த்த கரைக்கு சென்று தேவி வாக்கைய தான் வாங்கி தீர்த்த கரைக்கு சென்று ராக்காய தான் வாங்கி தீர்த்த கரை காவலம்மா தென்பாகி சென்று வரையாகேலு மலை வாசாகி எங்கள் குலகேசா திருப்பதி மலை வாசா ஜெகம் புகழும் ஸ்ரீனிவாசா தீர்த்த கரையை விட்டு திருமுருகனை தான் வணங்கி தீர்த்த கரையை விட்டு திருமுருகனை தான் வணங்கி பலமுதி சோலை வந்து பால்முருகனை தான் வணங்கி அடர்ந்த மலை காடு அது ராட்சதுக்கு வீடு பல மோதிரும் சொல்ல நாம் பார்க்க போற மேல பலமுதிரும் சோலை விட்டு பால்முருகனை தான் வணங்கி பலமுதிரும் சோலை விட்டு பால்முருகனை தான் வணங்கி பாருங்க மகி கருப்பங்க பால்குடனே வணங்கி ஏழு மலை வாசாகி எங்கள் குலகேசா திருப்பதி மலை வாசா ஜெகம் புகழும் ஸ்ரீனிவாசா இத்தனை பேரிடத்தில் இன்பமுடன் விடையும் ஓம் 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 அழகம்மை காசி ததாஸ்து ஆகட்டும் செய் அன்பளிப்பாய் கீதையும் ஜீவன் முக்தியும் அனைவர்க்கும் அளித்திடு உனக்கு ஜீவன் முக்தியையே அன்பளிப்பாய் அளிக்கின்றேன் போய் வா ஸ்மிதா சஹாய் ததாஸ்து be unclutched you will experience me மலையரசன் செல்லையா மகள் வேறொரு மதத்திற்கு செல்லுகின்றாள் அவளை காத்து உங்களை மன்னித்து அருளக் கேட்கின்றாய் மலையரசனே உனக்கு மாத்திரம் அல்ல இந்துக்கள் அனைவருக்கும் ஹிந்து க்ஷத்ரியர்கள் அனைவருக்கும் தெளிவாகச் சொல்லுகின்றேன் கேட்டுக்கொள்ளுங்கள் பொன்னை இழந்தால் வேர்வை சிந்தி சில நாட்களில் மீட்டுவிடலாம் மண்ணை இழந்தாலும் ரத்தம் சிந்தி சில ஆண்டுகளில் மீட்டெடுத்து விடலாம் பெண்ணை இழந்தால் இனம் இழப்பீர் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள் பெண்ணை இழப்பது தன்னையே இழப்பதை விட பேரிழப்பு தன்னை இழந்தாலும் தனி மனிதனுக்கே இழப்பு பெண்ணை இழப்பது வம்சத்திற்கே இழப்பு
இந்துக்கள் எல்லோரும் கேட்டுக்கொள்ளுங்கள். நீங்கள் இழக்கும் ஒவ்வொரு பெண்ணும் உங்கள் சேனையில் இழக்கப்பட்ட நபர் மட்டுமல்ல, எதிரிகள் சேனைக்கு ஒரு வம்சத்தையே அளிக்கப் போகும் உயிர் வாழ்வு. ஹிந்து மதத்தின் சத்தியங்களுள் ஒன்று, பெண் வெறும் சுகபோகப் பொருள் அல்ல, ஸ்திரமான குடும்பமும் நிரந்தர வாழ்வும் முறையான சமூகமும் என்றென்றும் வளர்ந்திருக்கும் இனமும் இனத்தின் சிற்றழகான குடும்பமும் பேரழகான அரண்மனைகளும் இயங்குவதற்கான தேர் அச்சாணி மூலம் நல்ல வம்சத்து பெண். பெண் என்பவள் ஹிந்து மதத்தில் அறிவு ஞான பொக்கிஷத்தை, ஆற்றலை, சக்தியை மரபணுவிற்குள்ளேயே விதைத்து இனத்தை காத்திட உருவாக்கப்பட்ட மிகப்பெரிய சக்தி பொக்கிஷம். அவள் வெறும் போகப்பொருள் அல்ல, சுகப்பொருள் அல்ல, வம்சத்தை ஆக்கவும் காக்கவும் நடத்தவும் இனத்தின் தேருக்கு அச்சாணி. பெண்ணை இழப்பது தன்னையே இழப்பதினும் பெருங்கொடுமை. ஹிந்து மதத்தில் ஒவ்வொரு குலத்தின் பெண்களும் தனித்துவமான வாழ்வியல் முறை, ஆற்றல், அறிவு, உயர்வான நேர்மை கற்பொடு நித்திய வாழ்வளிக்கும் ஆற்றல், சக்தி, அறிவெல்லாம் மரபணுவில் விதைக்கப்பட்ட மங்கள லக்ஷ்மி. இந்துக்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் சொல்லுகின்றேன், உங்கள் பெண்ணை இழக்காதீர்கள். ஜாதி கலப்பு ஒரு வம்சத்தின் மீது நடத்தப்படும் உயிரியல் தாக்குதல். மதமாற்றம் ஒரு வம்சத்தின் மீது நிகழ்த்தப்படும் மெய்யியல் தாக்குதல். உங்கள் உயிரியல் மீது நிகழ்த்தப்படும் தாக்குதலையும் வன்முறையையும் தடுத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். உங்கள் மெய்யியலின் மீது நிகழ்த்தப்படும் வன்முறையையும் தாக்குதலையும் தவிர்த்து உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். ஜாதி கலப்பும் வன்முறை, மதமாற்றம், தீவிரவாதம், சாதி வெறியும் சாதி திணிப்பும் ஆகாது, சாதி கலப்பும் ஆகாது. மலையரசன் செல்லையா, தும்பை விட்டு வாளை பிடிக்கும் வேலை செய்கின்றீர். ஞானத்தொடு மலர்ந்து ஞான வம்சத்தை உருவாக்கியிருக்க வேண்டிய பெண்ணை குருவிடமிருந்து பிரித்து வேறொரு வம்சத்திற்கு பலமாக எதிரிப்படைக்கு ஆள் செய்யும் சூழலுக்கு சென்றீர். இப்பொழுதாவது புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள், பெண் சுகபோகப் பொருள் அல்ல, நிரந்தரமான ஸ்திரமான சமூகத்தின் தேருக்கான அச்சாணி. பெண் வளர்க்கும் பெற்றோரெல்லாம் நன்றாய் புரிந்து சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மத்தின் சத்தியங்களையும் வாழ்க்கை முறையையும் ஸ்திரமான வாழ்க்கை முறையையும் முறையாய் மனத்தையும் உயிரையும் அறிவையும் மலர வைக்கும் சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மத்தின் சத்தியங்களைச் சொல்லி அவர்களையும் வளர்த்து
இறங்கினார் மலையாருக்கு 7 லட்சம் கையெழுக்க புறப்பட்ட மாயழகே பொண்ணு ஆசானி எங்கள் குலகேசா திருப்பதி மலவாசா ஜெகம் புகழும் ஸ்ரீனிவாசா. பொண்ணு நல்ல பல்லாக்கிலே பெருமளுமே தானும் ஏறி பொண்ணு நல்ல பல்லாக்கிலே பெருமளுமே தானும் ஏறி புறப்பட்டு வந்திட்டாராம் பொண்ணு.
மலையர் செல்லையா, வரம் ஒன்று உனக்கு அளிக்கின்றேன், அஞ்சாதே. உன் மகளுக்கு மதமாற்றம் இல்லாது நல் மனமாற்றம் செய்து மங்களமாய் அன்னை திருவடி சேர்த்து நல்வாழ்வும் வழியும் காட்டுகின்றேன், அஞ்சாதே. அச்சம் வேண்டாம். மன்னை இழந்த வேளாளன் வேளாளத் தன்மை இழக்கின்றான், பொன்னை இழந்த வைஷ்யன் வைஷ்யத்தன்மை இழக்கின்றான். தன்னை இழந்த பிராமணன் பிராமணத் தன்மை இழக்கின்றான், பெண்ணை இழந்த க்ஷத்ரியன் க்ஷத்ரியத் தன்மை இழக்கின்றான். இந்துக்கள் எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள், பரம்பரையாய் வந்த மன்னை விற்காதீர்கள், இழக்காதீர்கள். பரம்பரையாய் வந்த பொன்னையும் விற்காதீர்கள், இழக்காதீர்கள். குல பாரம்பரியமாய் வரும் தங்கள் குலப் பெண்களையும் இழக்காதீர்கள். ஜாதி கலப்பிற்கும் மத மாற்றத்திற்கும்
மடியாதீர்கள், தன்னையும் இழக்காதீர்கள், மண்ணையும் பொன்னையும் பெண்ணையும் தன்னையும் இழக்காது எல்லா நலத்தோடும் இந்துக்கள் என்றென்றும் வாழ்ந்து ஆல்போல் தழைத்து அருகுபோல் வேரூன்றி மூங்கில் போல் சுற்றம் சூழ பெருவளங்கள் 16 மாதமும் மாறி பெய்து மங்களம் பொங்க வாழ்வாங்கு வாழ்ந்து உலகுக்கெல்லாம் வளம் செய்திட அன்னை ஆதிசக்தி அருளுகின்றேன். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
பரிமளவாசா ஜெகம் புகழும் ஸ்ரீனிவாசா, தங்க நகை என்று சொல்லி தான் மறித்த கள்ளருக்கு, தங்க நகை என்று சொல்லி தான் மறித்த கள்ளருக்கு, ஒளி நகை என்று சொல்லி பொய்யான வார்த்தை சொல்லி அறந்த மழை காடு அது ராஜருக்கு வீடு பழம் மோதிரும் சொல்ல நாம் பார்க்க போற மேல கள்ளர்களை கண்மா வைத்து கள்ளழகர் தாங்கி லம்பி, கள்ளர்களை கண்மா வைத்து கள்ளழகர் தாங்கி லம்பி, சீக்கிரமா வந்து காவா சீர்கொள்ளாம ககமா ஏழு மலை வாசாங்கி எங்கள் குலகேசா, திருப்பதி மலை வாசா ஜெகம் புகழும் ஸ்ரீனிவாசா. சிறுவளம மண்டபத்தில் சிறப்புடனே புசை பெற்று, சிறுவளம மண்டபத்தில் சிறப்புடனே புசை பெற்று ஆனந்தமாய் வந்திட்டாராம் அப்பா திருப்பதிக்குள் அறந்த மலை காடு அது ராஜருக்கு வீடு பழம் மோதிரும் சொல்ல நாம் பார்க்க போற மேல அப்பந்திருப்பதியில் அழகு மலையா வந்திறங்கி, அப்பந்திருப்பதியில் அழகு மலையா வந்திறங்கி அரண்மனைக்காரரு அழகு பட்டாந்தாகம் கட்டி ஏழு மலை வாசாங்கி எங்கள் குலகேசா, திருப்பதி மலை வாசா ஜெகம் புகழும் ஸ்ரீனிவாசா. பட்டங்கள் தானும் கட்டி பரிவட்டமும் மேலே கட்டி, பட்டங்கள் தானும் கட்டி பரிவட்டமும் மேலே கட்டி புறப்பட்டு வாராராம் பொழுதோடு காத கிணறு அடர்ந்த மலை காடு அது ராஜருக்கு வீடு பழம் மோதிரும் சொல்ல நாம் பார்க்க போற மேல காடக்கிணறு விட்டு தகச்சகேந்தல் தானும் விட்டு, காடக்கிணறு விட்டு தகச்சகேந்தல் தானும் விட்டு கருத்து நேரம் வந்து காவா 3 மாகி எல்லைக்குமே ஏழு மலை வாசாங்கி எங்கள் குலகேசா, திருப்பதி மலை வாசா ஜெகம் புகழும் ஸ்ரீனிவாசா. 3 நல்ல மாவடியில் முகுந்தனமே தங்கி இருந்து, 3 நல்ல மாவடியில் முகுந்தனமே தங்கி இருந்து பூசைகள் தான் முடித்து புறப்பட்டாராம் புதூருக்கு அடர்ந்த மலை காடு அது ராஜருக்கு வீடு பழம் மோதிரும் சொல்ல நாம் பார்க்க போற மேல புதூர் எல்லையில பெருமாளும் தங்கி இருந்து, புதூர் எல்லையில பெருமாளும் தங்கி இருந்து முட்டி கொப்புத்தாராம் மேன்மையுள்ள தள்ளாகுலா ஏழு மலை வாசாங்கி எங்கள் குலகேசா, திருப்பதி மலை வாசா ஜெகம் புகழும் ஸ்ரீனிவாசா. தல்லாகுளம் தானு வந்து தண்டிகளை விட்டு இறங்கி, தல்லாகுளம் தானு வந்து தண்டிகளை விட்டு இறங்கி தங்க குதிரை மேலே பள்ளி கொண்டார் மாயழகன் அடர்ந்த மலை காடு அது ராஜருக்கு வீடு பழம் மோதிரும் சொல்ல நாம் பார்க்க போற மேல தங்க குதிரையில தகசையகா தாங்கி இருக்க, தங்க குதிரையில தகசையகா தாங்கி இருக்க தங்கி பிச்சு சாமி எல்லாம் சந்தோஷமாய் தாங்குமாக ஏழு மலை வாசாங்கி எங்கள் குலகேசா, திருப்பதி மலை வாசா ஜெகம் புகழும் ஸ்ரீனிவாசா. சப்பு ஜலங்கையாட சதிராட்டம் சேர்ந்து ஆட, சப்பு ஜலங்கையாட சதிராட்டம் சேர்ந்து ஆட எம்பெருமாள் வாரார் என்று எதிர் சேர்வை தான் நடக்க அடர்ந்த மலை காடு அது ராஜருக்கு வீடு பழம் மோதிரும் சொல்ல நாம் பார்க்க போற மேல எம்பெருமாள் வாரார் என்று எதிர் சேர்வை தாங்க கட்ட எம்பெருமாள் வாரா சொல்லி
ஓம். ஐஸ்வர்யா கைக்வாட். Go to Adi Kailasa. Surrender yourself and receive the training for sannyasa. Then I will take charge of your life and responsibility for your life. Drop your cunningness. Bring integrity as the spiral core energy of your being. Om.
புகழும் ஸ்ரீனிவாசா. சித்திர மாதத்திலே சிறந்த நல்ல பௌர்ணமியிலே, சித்திர மாசத்திலே சிறந்த நல்ல பௌர்ணமியிலே, அதிகாலை 5 மணிக்கு ஆத்துக்குள்ளே இறங்கிட்டாராம். அடர்ந்த மலை காடு அது ராஜருக்கு வீடு, பழம் மோதிரும் சொல்ல நாம் பார்க்க போற மேல. வைகையிலே தாங்கி இறங்க வந்த சகம் தாங்காங்க, வைகையிலே தாங்கி இறங்க வந்த மக்கள் தாங்காங்க. மகங்கிங்க மக்களுக்கு வரம் கொடுத்தா மாயழகே, ஏழு மலை வாசாகி எங்கள் குலகேசா, திருப்பதி மலை வாசா ஜெகம் புகழும் ஸ்ரீனிவாசா. வைகையிலே தான் இறங்கி வடிவமுள்ள மாயழகே, வைகையிலே தான் இறங்கி வடிவமுள்ள மாயழகே. அந்த நல்ல சாயங்காலம் புறப்பட்டார வண்டியூர், அடர்ந்த மலை காடு அது ராஜருக்கு வீடு, பழம் மோதிரும் சொல்ல நாம் பார்க்க போற மேல. வண்டியில் போகி வாவா வடிவமுள்ள மாயழகே, வண்டியில் போகி வாவா வடிவமுள்ள மாயழகே. நாட்டியவன் மகைக்கு நாவாயகே போகையில, ஏழு மலை வாசாணி எங்கள் குலகேசா, திருப்பதி மலை வாசா ஜெகம் புகழும் ஸ்ரீனிவாசா. அழகர் வரார் என்று ஆனந்தமாய் பார்த்திருக்க, அழகர் வரார் என்று ஆனந்தமாய் பார்த்திருக்க, நாராயணன் தன்வரவை நாச்சியாரும் எதிர்பார்க்க, அடர்ந்த மலை காடு அது ராஜருக்கு வீடு, பழம் மோதிரும் சொல்ல நாம் பார்க்க போற மேல. நாட்டியார் மண்டகத்தில் நாராயணன் தானுடைய, நாட்டியார் மண்டகத்தில் நாராயணன் தான்.
ஓம் 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 கிம் கீலி. I'll shower myself on your son George V. My blessings, I will protect him. I will complete him, make him healthy, blissful. Remove all the toxic, unhealthy pursuits and toxic relationships. I'll protect him. Don't worry. Go.
பொம்மலாட்டந்தா இந்த வாழ்க்கையே, பொம்மலாட்டந்தா இந்த வாழ்க்கையே, பூமியின் மேடையில் தினம் தினம் ஆசை நூலிலே ஆட வைப்பது ஆதிசக்தி என் அருள்வரம். தங்கட தங்கடத்தோம் தங்கட தங்கடத்தீம் தல்லாங்கு தக்கதி மிதத்தோம் தத்தோம், திங்கட திங்கடத்தோம் திங்கட திங்கடத்தீம் தக்கதிமி தக்கதி மிதத்தோம் தத்தோம். பொம்மலாட்டந்தா இந்த வாழ்க்கையே, பூமியின் மேடையில் தினம் தினம் ஆசை நூலிலே ஆட வைப்பது ஆதிசக்தி என் அருள்வரம். தங்கட தங்கடத்தோம் தங்கட தங்கடத்தீம் தல்லாங்கு தக்கதி மிதத்தோம் தத்தோம், திங்கட திங்கடத்தோம் திங்கட திங்கடத்தீம் தக்கதிமி தக்கதி மிதத்தோம் தத்தோம். பத்து திங்கள் தாய்வாடி கொடி நூலில் நம்மை பொத்தி பொத்தி வளர்ப்பவள் கருமாறி, பத்து திங்கள் தாய்வாடி கொடி நூலில் நம்மை பொத்தி பொத்தி வளர்ப்பவள் கருமாறி. முத்து பிள்ளை பெத்தவுடன் முத்து பிள்ளை பெத்தவுடன் முத்து பிள்ளை பெத்தவுடன் முகம் துளைச்சு அதை தத்தெடுத்து தாங்குவது மகமாயி. பாசம் காட்டியே பாலை ஊட்டவே வானில் வருகிற காய் நிலவே, மேக பஞ்சிலே மழையின் நூலிலே மண்ணை பலமாக்கும் மாமையிலே. பொம்மலாட்டம் தான் இந்த வாழ்க்கையே, பூமியின் மேடையில் தினம் தினம் ஆசை நூலிலே ஆட வைப்பது.
Om 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 Deepa Satish Tatast. Anil Koltur Tatast. Pallavi Virant Tatast. Rahul Aswani Tatast. Nithyananda Pragnya Tatast. Uma Maheshwari. மலேசியா இந்தியா இடையிலான பிரச்சனை நாடுகளுக்கு நடுவில் நடக்கும் போராக இருக்காது. மலேசியத்து மக்கள் சிலரை முறையற்ற விதத்தில் இந்து குஷ் மக்கள் உபயோகித்து இந்தியாவின் மீது தாக்குதல் செய்வார்கள். இதனால் மறைமுக கொரில்லா தாக்குதல்களும் மறைமுக கொரில்லா போர் முறைகளும் எதிர்பாராத விளைவுகளும் ஏற்படும் என்பதனால் உன்னை நீ காத்துக்கொள்ள ஒரே வழி ஆதி கையிலை சென்று அடைக்கலம் புகுதலே. வேறொரு வழி இல்லை என்பதனால் சொன்னதை கேட்டு சுகத்தை அடைந்திடு. போய் வா. ஓம்.
இந்த வாழ்க்கைய பூமியின் மேடையில் தினம் தினம் ஆசை நூலிலே ஆட வைப்பது ஆதிசக்தியின் அருள் பரம். தங்கட தங்கடதோம் தங்கட தங்கடதி நல்லாங்கு தக்க சிமிதத்தோம் தத்தோம் திங்கட திங்கடதோம் திங்கட திங்கடதி தக்க சிமிதத்தோம் தத்தோம் பொம்ம பொம்மலாட்டந்தா. இந்த வாழ்க்கைய பூமியின் மேடையில் தினம் தினம் ஆசை நூலிலே ஆட வைப்பது ஆதிசக்தியின் அருள் பரம். தங்கட தங்கடதோம்
பூவாடக்காரி பொன்னழகி உனக்கு பொங்கலிட கிடைச்சது பாக்கிய எனக்கு. மீன்கார வீடெங்கும் மீன் வாசம் இருக்கும். அடி மீனாட்சி நீ வந்தா நீ வாசம் அடிக்கும். ஆத்தாடி மாரியம்மா சோறு ஆக்கி வச்சம் பாடியம்மா. ஆளாக்கு அரிசிய பாழாக்க வேண்டாம் தின்னு புட்டு போடியம்மா. ஆத்தாடி மாரியம்மா சோறு ஆக்கி வச்சம் பாடியம்மா. ஆளாக்கு அரிசிய பாழாக்க வேண்டாம் தின்னு புட்டு போடியம்மா. அருணாருணாகரங்கிதாட்சீம் धृतपाशाङ्कुशपुष्पबाणचापाम् मणिवादिभिरावृताम् मयूखैरहमित्येव विभावदे भवानीम् ध्यायेत् पद्मासनस्थान् பாட்டெடுத்தேன் தாளமிட்டேன் ஓடி வரல்லே. ஆடி பார்த்து புட்டேன் பிள்ளை முகம் தேடி வரல்லே. பாட்டெடுத்தேன் தாளமிட்டேன் ஓடி வரல்லே. ஆடி பார்த்து புட்டேன் பிள்ளை முகம் தேடி வரல்லே. பேச்சுப்படி பொங்கல் உன்ன இங்கு வரல்லே. நான் முச்சடக்கி உன்னிடத்தில் அங்கு.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். கீர்த்தி புனேகர் ததாஸ்து. ஏஞ்சலிகா ததாஸ்து. रंजन पटेल तथास्तु. Sonali Gupta. For now, manifest Kailasa wherever you are. We'll call you to Maha Kailasa soon. Till then, manifest Kailasa where you are. Om, Om, Om.
இங்கு வரலே. நான் முச்சடக்கி உன்னிடத்தில் அங்கு வருவேன். ஆத்தாடி மாரியம்மா சோறு ஆக்கி வச்சும் மாரியம்மா. ஆளாக்கு அரிசிய பாழாக்க வேண்டாம் தின்னு புட்டு போடியம்மா. லக்ஷ்மீம் க்ஷீரசமுத்திரராஜதனயாம் श्रीरङ्गधामेश्वरीं दासीभूत समस्तदेव परितां लोकैकदीपाङ्कुरां श्रीमन्नन्दकटाक्षलब्धविभव ब्रह्मेन्द्र गङ्गाधरां त्वां त्रैलोक्यकुटुम्बिनीं सरसिजां वन्दे मुकुन्दप्रियाम्. சீக்கிரத்தில் காட்சி தந்த செல்வநாயகி புது சேலக்காரி பூக்காரி தெய்வநாயகி. சீக்கிரத்தில் காட்சி தந்த செல்வநாயகி புது சேலக்காரி பூக்காரி தெய்வநாயகி. பத்திரகாளி ருத்ரகாளி பாரடியம்மா இந்த பாவி மகன் வீட்டிலே போய் ஓரடியம்மா. பத்திரகாளி ருத்ரகாளி பாரடியம்மா இந்த
ஷிப்ரசாதினிகானந்த ததாஸ்து. காத்யாயனி கிருஷ்ண ததாஸ்து. குஹசரண்யா அறிவழகன் செல் ஆதி கையிலைக்கு எமையங்கு எப்பொழுதும் தரிசிக்கலாம். நிரந்தரமாய் நாம் வீற்றிருக்கும் தலங்கள் 7. கைலாசம் திருவண்ணாமலை, கைலாசம் விடுதி, கைலாசம் காஞ்சி, கைலாசம் மதுரை, கைலாசம் காசி, மகா கைலாசம் மற்றும் கைலாசம் ஈரோடு காவேரி கரையில் இருக்குமிடம் 7லும் எப்பொழுதும் வந்து எம்மை காணவும் முடியும், கண்டு பேரானந்தம் கொள்ளவும் முடியும். ஓம்.
வந்திருக்க ஆவேசம் கொண்டிருக்க சொல்லாம ஓடுங்களே சொல்லரும் மாயங்களே. அம்மா செவந்திருக்க ஆவேசம் கொண்டிருக்க சொல்லாம ஓடுங்களே சொல்லரும் மாயங்களே. கருமாறி வந்திருக்க கண்ணு செவந்திருக்க காத்து கருப்புகளே காந்திருக்க ஓடுங்களே. அம்மா செவந்திருக்க ஆவேசம் கொண்டிருக்க சொல்லாம ஓடுங்களே சொல்லதரும் மாயங்களே. கருமாறி வந்திருக்க கண்ணு செவந்திருக்க காத்து.
ஓம் 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 பாலாஜி ஸ்ரீனிவாசன் ததாஸ்து ததாஸ்து ததாஸ்து. கிம் கீலி ததாஸ்து. I'll heal your mother and liberate her. Om Om Om. When the right time comes, I will liberate her. Till then, I will protect her. Om Om.
காட்டவே ஆத்தா செவந்தபடி வாராடே, வெள்ளி பிரம்பெடுத்து வாராடே.
Om Ajita Naveen Tatastu. Blessings for your son Nitin. Tatastu.
சொல்லாம ஓடுங்களே சொல்லதரும் மாயங்களே, எல்லை விட்டு ஓடுங்களே. வரசேதி பம்ப சொல்லுது, வேப்ப மரத்தடி பூச நடக்குது. வேதவல்லி வரசேதி பம்ப சொல்லுது, பூத காத்துல ஊரும் பிடிகட ஓட சொல்லி அம்மா விட்ட சூலம் வருது. பூத காத்துல ஊரும் பிடிகட ஓட சொல்லி அம்மா விட்ட சூலம் வருது. வெப்ப இலையிலே கத்தி போலவே அத்தா இருக்கிறா தெரியுதையா, அடி காத்துல ஏறி வருகிறா பொல்லாமாயமே ஓடலையா.
Ananta Rupananda. There is no lack of vision. There is only lack of integrity. For an ecosystem to happen, not just individual integrity, collective integrity need to be manifested. Only tyagis, people who sacrifice, can manifest collective integrity. Tyagis inspire people to manifest collective integrity. Be tyagi. You will manifest collective integrity. And the Kailasa will happen in your place. Om, Om, Om.
காலம் காலமா காக்கும் தெய்வமா மாரியம்மா வந்து விட்டால் தொல்லை இல்லையே. காலம் காலமா காக்கும் தெய்வமா மாரியம்மா வந்து விட்டால் தொல்லை இல்லையே. பாசம் அங்குசம் பார்வதியோ கைவசம் பாவங்களே உங்களுக்கு வேலை இல்லையே. பாசம் அங்குசம் பார்வதியோ கைவசம் பாவங்களே உங்களுக்கு வேலை இல்லையே. நெத்தி மணந்திட சுட்ட சாம்பலா சக்தி இருக்கிறா தெரியலையா. பட்ட குங்குமம் தீயாய் வருகுதே பொல்லாமாயமே போகலையா. அம்மா சேவந்திருக்க ஆவேசம் கொண்டிருக்க சொல்லாம ஓடுங்களே சொல்ல தரும் மாயங்களே. கருமாறி வந்திருக்க கண்ணு சேவந்திருக்க காத்து கருப்புகளை காதரிக்க ஓடுங்களே. கொல்லூரு குங்குமம் கோபத்தை காட்டவே ஆத்தா சேவந்தபடி பாராளே. வெள்ளி பிரம்பெடுத்து பாராளே. சமயபுரத்து கதவு திறக்க சிங்கம் ஒண்ணு பிடரி சிலிர்க்க கருவறை விட்டு தேவி அம்மா வாராளே. அக்னி ஜுவாலை கண்ணி மிதக்க உடுக்கை சத்தம்.
Om Sonakama Tatast. Blessings for your sons and everything you do. Om, 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 Om.
செல்லாத்தா செல்ல மாறியாத்தா உன் புகழை பாடிடுவேன், உன் நாமம் போற்றிடுவேன். நல்ல குறி சொல்ல நேரில் வந்து நில்லு ஆயிரங்கண்ணுடைய அடியானந்த சித்துடைய.
திரௌபதியாத்தா, நீ தென்குமரி நின்ற எங்க பகவதியாத்தா.
Nitin Singh Tatastu. Rani Ayyar Tatastu.
மாசானியாத்தா நீ சேலம் ஜில்லா ஆளுகின்ற கோட்டையாத்தா குன்னாத்தா கோனியாத்தா நாச்சியாத்தா பேச்சியாத்தா வடிவுடையாத்தா நீ ஆதிபர சக்தி என்னும் மறு ஊராத்தா செல்லாத்தா பூவாத்தா நாகாத்தா தேனாத்தா அழகு முப்பாத்தா நீ ஆயிரமாய் பேர் படைச்ச மாறியாத்தா
பிரதீப் டி. முத்துவேலு என்பதம் அடைந்து விட்டார். சிவன் முக்தியும் தந்தோம், கைலாச பதவியும் தந்தோம், அச்சம் வேண்டாம், அவர் நம்முடனே இருக்கின்றார். உங்கள் குலத்திற்கும் உங்களுக்கும் என்றும் நன்மை செய்வார். வாழ்வீர்கள், வளத்தொடு போய் வாருங்கள். ஓம். ஓம். சுகி செல்வா ததாஸ்து. பொழுதொடு நல் வேலையும் புகழும் வரும், இனிமையான வாழ்க்கை துணையும் அமையும், இல்லறம் நல்லறமாய் விளங்கும். பொய்வா.
கொடையா கொட வடிவா வேப்ப மரமா, பச்ச வேப்ப மரமா, மரம் பூத்து வருமா, அது பூங்கோட ஓடுறது வேப்பரமா. சடையா சட வடிவா ஆலமரமா, பெருமால மரமா, மதை ஈசன் முகமா, அந்த ஈசனையும் ஏத்துக்கிட்டு தேர் வருமா. கற்பூர விளையா வேங்காட்டுல கொண்டவளே, எங்கள் ஆதிசக்தி தேவியளே, செல்லாத்தா சிலம்பாத்தா சேமாத்தா பாலாத்தா கண்ணரஞ்ச மாரியளே, எங்க கண்ணபுர நாயகியே, பொன்னாத்தா பூவாத்தா கண்ணாத்தா குன்னாத்தா கோடி வரம் தருபவளே, எங்க கோலவிழி நாயகியே, சின்னாத்தா பெரியாத்தா
சூறாவளி காத்த போல வேகமாகத்தான் வர காளிதான் முத்தாரம்மா தேவிதான் சூறாவளி காத்த போல வேகமாகத்தான் காளி திரிசூலி சூர சம்ஹாரி தசரா காணத்தான் வாராளம்மா காளி திரிசூலி சூர சம்ஹாரி தசரா காணத்தான் வாராளம்மா துளசையிலே குடியிருக்கும் முத்தாரம்மா நம்ம குறைகளைத்தான் தீர்த்து வைக்க வாராளம்மா வர காளிதான் முத்தாரம்மா தேவிதான் சூறாவளி காத்த போல வேகமாகத்தான் பூமியெல்லாம் நடுநடுங்க வானமெல்லாம் கிடுகிடுங்க சூலம் அதை ஏந்திக்கிட்டு வாராளம்மா சலங்கையொளி கலகலக்க சாத்தானும் சலசலக்க சந்தாரம் செஞ்சிடத்தான் வாராளம்மா சடை பின்னிக்கிட்டு கோல பல்லு காட்டிக்கிட்டு கோல விழி தேடியம்மா வாராளம்மா வேஷம் கட்டி ஆடுகிற மக்களுக்கு வாக்கு சொல்ல மருடாடி முத்தாரி வாராளம்மா காலபயம் நீக்கிவிட வாராளம்மா காணிக்கையை வாங்கிக் கொள்ள வாராளம்மா வானிடையை முந்திக்கிட்டு வாராளம்மா பஞ்சங்களை பாலருக்க வாராளம்மா காலபயம் நீக்கிவிட வாராளம்மா காணிக்கையை வாங்கிக் கொள்ள வாராளம்மா வானிடையை முந்திக்கிட்டு வாராளம்மா பஞ்சங்களை பாலருக்க வாராளம்மா முத்தாரம்மா நம்ம முத்தாரம்மா வாராளே வாராளே முத்தாரம்மா காளியம்மா திரிசூலியம்மா காட்டாறு வெள்ளம் போல வாராளம்மா பம்பை படபடக்க உடுக்கை தடதடக்க உக்ர காளி வாரா சூடி வக்ர காளி வாரா காலை ஏந்திக்கிட்டு சூரன் தலை எடுக்க சக்தி தேவி வாரா துளசி முத்து மாறி வாரா பம்பை படபடக்க உடுக்கை தடதடக்க உக்ர காளி வாரா சூடி வக்ர காளி வாரா காலை ஏந்திக்கிட்டு சூரன் தலை எடுக்க சக்தி தேவி வாரா துளசி முத்து மாறி வாரா பூவும் கமகமக்க பூசு மஞ்சளுடன் சூழ காளி வாரா நம்ம முத்தார தேவி வாரா நாவு கயிறு தொட காவுதனை எடுக்க மத்தினி தேவி வாரா துளசி முத்தார சூழி வாரா பூவும் கமகமக்க பூசு மஞ்சளுடன் சூழ காளி வாரா நம்ம முத்தார தேவி வாரா நாவு வயிறு தொட காவுதனை எடுக்க மத்தினி தேவி வாரா துளசி முத்தார சூழி வாரா சூல காளி வாரா சூல சம்ஹாரம் செய்ய வாரா நீலி தேவி வாரா நீதி நமக்கு சொல்ல வாரா துளசி மாறி வாரா தசரா ஆட்டம் போட்டு வாரா முத்தார தாயி வாரா முரசு கொட்ட ஆடி வாரா மனசு தீர ஆடி நமக்கு மங்களம் கொடுக்க வாரா வர காளிதான் முத்தாரம்மா தேவிதான் சூறாவளி காத்த போல வேகமாகத்தான் துளசையிலே குடியிருக்கும் முத்தாரம்மா நம்ம குறைகளைத்தான் தீர்த்து வைக்க வாராளம்மா வர காளிதான் முத்தாரம்மா தேவிதான் சூறாவளி காத்த போல தசரா காணத்தான் வாராளம்மா காளி திரிசூடி சூர சம்ஹாரி தசரா காணத்தான் வாராளம்மா துளசையிலே குடியிருக்கும் முத்தாரம்மா நம்ம குறைகளைத்தான் தீர்த்து வைக்க வாராளம்மா வரா வரா காளிதான் முத்தாரம்மா தேவிதான் சூறாவளி காற்று போல வேகமாகத்தான் பூமியெல்லாம் நடுநடுங்க வானமெல்லாம் கிடுகிடுங்க சூலம் அதை ஏந்திக்கிட்டு வாராளம்மா சலங்கையுள்ளி கலகலக்க சாத்தானும் சலசலக்க சம்ஹாரம் செஞ்சிடத்தான் வாராளம்மா கோடி சடை பின்னிக்கிட்டு கோல பல்லு காட்டிக்கிட்டு கோல விழி தேவியம்மா வாராளம்மா வேஷம் கட்டி ஆடுகிற மக்களுக்கு வாக்கு சொன்ன மருளாடி முத்தாரி வாராளம்மா காலபயம் நீக்கிவிட வாராளம்மா காணிக்கையை வாங்கிக் கொள்ள வாராளம்மா வானிடையை முந்திக்கிட்டு வாராளம்மா பஞ்சங்களை பாலருக்க வாராளம்மா காலபயம் நீக்கிவிட வாராளம்மா காணிக்கையை வாங்கிக் கொள்ள வாராளம்மா வானிடையை முந்திக்கிட்டு வாராளம்மா பஞ்சங்களை பாலருக்க வாராளம்மா முத்தாரம்மா நம்ம முத்தாரம்மா வாராளே வாராளே முத்தாரம்மா காளியம்மா திரிசூலியம்மா காட்டாறு வெள்ளம் போல வாராளம்மா பம்பை படபடக்க முடுக்கை தடதடக்க உக்ர காளி வாரா சூடி பக்ர காளி வாரா பாலை ஏந்திக்கிட்டு சூரன் தலையெடுக்க சக்தி தேவி வாரா துளசி முத்து வாரா பம்பை படபடக்க முடுக்கை தடதடக்க உக்ர காளி வாரா சூடி பக்ர காளி வாரா பாலை ஏந்திக்கிட்டு சூரன் தலையெடுக்க சக்தி தேவி வாரா துளசி முத்து மாறி வாரா பூவும் கமகமக்க பூசு மஞ்சளுடன் சூழ காளி வாரா நம்ம முத்தார தேவி வாரா நாவு கயிறு தொட காவு தனை எடுக்க மகிழி தேவி வாரா துளசி முத்தார சூழி வாரா பூவும் கமகமக்க பூசு மஞ்சளுடன் சூழ காளி வாரா நம்ம முத்தார தேவி வாரா நாவு வயிறு தொட காவு தனை எடுக்க மத்திரி தேவி வாரா துளசி முத்தார சூழி வாரா சூல காளி வாரா சூர சம்ஹாரம் செய்ய வாரா நீலி தேவி வாரா நீதி நமக்கு சொல்ல வாரா துளசி மாறி வாரா தசரா ஆட்டம் போட்டு வாரா முத்தார தாயி வாரா முரசு கொட்ட ஆடி வாரா மனசு தீர ஆடி நமக்கு மங்களம் கொடுக்க வாரா வரா வரா காளிதான் முத்தாரம்மா தேவிதான் சூறாவளி காத்து போல வேகமாகத்தான் துளசியிலே குடி
ஓம் 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 மா சுகயோக ததாஸ்து சர்வஞ்ஞபீடகர்த்த சிவபுண்ணியப்ராப்திரஸ்து ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்
அங்கே இடி முழங்குது குலசையிலே தங்க கலசம் அங்கே இடி முழங்குது குலசையிலே தங்க கலசம் மஞ்சள் நிற சேலை கட்டி மங்களமாய் இருப்பவளாம் வேங்கையின் மேல் ஏறி நின்று வேண்டும் வரம் தருபவளாம். மஞ்சள் நிற சேலை கட்டி மங்களமாய் வருபவளாம் வேங்கையின் மேல் ஏறி நின்று வேண்டும் வரம் தருபவளாம். இங்கே இடி முழங்குது குலசையிலே தங்க கலசம் மின்னுதே. அங்கே இடி முழங்குது குலசையிலே தங்க கலசம் மின்னுதே. வட்ட நல்ல பொட்டு வச்சு வடிவழகாய் இருப்பவளாம் வெண்குழி மேல் வலம் வந்து வல்லோரை காப்பவளாம். வட்ட நல்ல பொட்டு வச்சு வடிவழகாய் இருப்பவளாம் வெண்குழி மேல் வலம் வந்து வல்லோரை காப்பவளாம். இங்கே இடி முழங்குது குலசையிலே தங்க கலசம் மின்னுதே. இங்கே இடி முழங்குது குலசையிலே தங்க கலசம் மின்னுதே. சூழக்காளி வேடம் கொண்டு சூறாவளியாய் வருவா. சூனியங்கள் செய்பவரை சுற்றி ஓட செய்திடுவா. சூழக்காளி வேடம் கொண்டு சூறாவளியாய் வருவா. சூனியங்கள் செய்பவரை சுற்றி ஓட செய்திடுவா. அங்கே இடி முழங்குது குலசையிலே தங்க கலசம் மின்னுதே. அங்கே இடி முழங்குது குலசையிலே தங்க கலசம் மின்னுதே. திரிசூலம் தான் எடுத்து திருக்கட்டும் தந்திடுவா. தீராத பலவினைகள் தீண்டிடுவா முத்தாரம்மா. திரிசூலம் தான் எடுத்து திக்கட்டும் காத்திடுவா. தீராத பலவினைகள் தீத்தருவா முத்தாரம்மா. அங்கே இடி முழங்குது குலசையிலே தங்க கலசம் மின்னுதே. அங்கே இடி முழங்குது குலசையிலே தங்க கலசம் மின்னுதே. ஓடி ஓடி வந்துடுவா ஊங்கார ரூபினியாய் ஆட்டமாடி வந்துடுவா ஆங்காரி முத்தாரம்மா. ஓடி ஓடி வந்துடுவா ஓங்கார ரூபினியாய் ஆட்டமாடி வந்துடுவா ஆங்காரி முத்தாரம்மா. அங்கே இடி முழங்குது குலசையிலே தங்க கலசம் மின்னுதே. அங்கே இடி முழங்குது குலசையிலே தங்க கலசம் மின்னுதே. ஞானமுத்தி உமையவெல்லாம் ஞானம் போற்றும் முத்தமியா. குலசையிலே குடிகொண்ட கோலவிழி முத்தாரம்மா. ஞானமூர்த்தி உமையவெல்லாம் ஞானம் போற்றும் முத்தமியா. குலசையிலே குடிகொண்ட கோலவிழி முத்தாரம்மா. இங்கே இடி முழங்குது குலசையிலே தங்க கலசம் மின்னுதே. இங்கே இடி முழங்குது குலசையிலே தங்க கலசம் மின்னுதே. கருங்காலி வேடம் கொண்டு காற்றாக வந்திடுவா. எவள் பிள்ளி சென்றவரை ஏகத்தில் கலங்கிடுவா. கருங்காலி வேடம் கொண்டு காற்றாக வந்திடுவா. எவள் பிள்ளி செய்தவரை ஏகத்தில் கலங்கிடுவா. இங்கே இடி முழங்குது.
ஓம் 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 கனிஷ்கா அரோரா. Sangadroha is Guru Droha. Abusing the Sangha is abusing the Guru. I'll protect you. Go and be in Salem Adinam. I will protect your family. Go and be in Salem Kailasa. Om. Om. Guhasaranya Arivaragan Tatastu. Lalatakshananda. Parashakti. Paramashakti. My vision for you is Princess of Kailasa in UK. Evolve yourself for that. When I ordain, I sustain. Tatastu.
விரதங்கொண்ட முத்தாரம்மா எழுந்து வர பாருமம்மா, விரதங்கொண்ட முத்தாரம்மா எழுந்து வர பாருமம்மா, சக்தி கொண்ட முத்தாரம்மா வெற்றி கண்டு வாராளம்மா, சக்தி கொண்ட முத்தாரம்மா வெற்றி கண்டு வாராளம்மா, விரதங்கொண்ட முத்தாரம்மா எழுந்து வர பாருமம்மா, விரதங்கொண்ட முத்தாரம்மா எழுந்து வர பாருமம்மா, முத்தாரம்மா தாயே எங்க முத்தாரம்மா தாயே, சக்தி கொண்ட தாயே மகா சக்தி கொண்ட தாயே. தென்கடலின் ஓரத்திலே திருக்காட்சி தருபவளா, பொங்கும் கடல் அலைகள் எல்லாம் புகழ் பாடி வணங்கிடுமா, அடியில அடியெடுத்து அவள் எழுந்து வாராளா, அடியாரின் மனம் குளிர அருள் வாக்கு தாராளா, விரதம் கொண்ட முத்தாரம்மா எழுந்து வாரா பாருமம்மா, சக்தி கொண்ட முத்தாரம்மா வெற்றி கண்டு வாராளம்மா, சக்தி கொண்ட முத்தாரம்மா வெற்றி கண்டு வாராளம்மா, விரதம் கொண்ட முத்தாரம்மா எழுந்து வாரா பாருமம்மா.
ஓம் ஓம் மா திவ்யானந்த ததாஸ்து. I will manifest in every cell of your body and heal you, protect you. Om, 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 Om.
அங்காரம் கொண்டு வாரா, தேவலோக கன்னியர்கள் திருவடியை வணங்க வாரா, எழுலக தாயாக எழுந்து நின்று காட்சி தரா, அக்கினி சக்தி காரி ஆவேசம் கொண்டு வாரா, விரதம் கொண்ட முத்தாரம்மா எழுந்து வாரா பாருமம்மா, விரதம் கொண்ட முத்தாரம்மா எழுந்து வாரா பாருமம்மா, சக்தி கொண்ட முத்தாரம்மா வெற்றி கண்டு வாராளம்மா, சக்தி கொண்ட முத்தாரம்மா வெற்றி கண்டு வாராளம்மா. மகிடாசூரனையே மலை போல சாய்க்க வரா, மந்திர காணியாக உருவெடுத்து நடந்து வரா, வெள்ளியில் கவசம் போட்டு போர்க்கோளம் பூண்டு வரா, கருங்காலி உருமாறி புயலாக சீறி வரா, விரதம் கொண்ட முத்தாரம்மா எழுந்து வரா பாருமம்மா, விரதம் கொண்ட முத்தாரம்மா எழுந்து வரா பாருமம்மா, சக்தி கொண்ட முத்தாரம்மா வெற்றி கண்டு வாராளம்மா, சக்தி கொண்ட முத்தாரம்மா வெற்றி கண்டு வாராளம்மா. எட்டு திக்கு காளிகளும் ஈசனோடு எழுந்து வாரா, பத்திரல கொண்டிருக்கும் பத்திரகாளி தானும் வாரா, அச்சேரி உருவெடுத்து கபாலத்தை தூக்கி வாரா, திரிசூலம் தான் சுழட்டி சூரனையே விரட்டி வாரா, விரதம் கொண்ட முத்தாரம்மா எழுந்து வாரா பாருமம்மா, விரதம் கொண்ட முத்தாரம்மா எழுந்து வாரா பாருமம்மா, சக்தி கொண்ட முத்தாரம்மா வெற்றி கண்டு வாராளம்மா, சக்தி கொண்ட முத்தாரம்மா வெற்றி கண்டு வாராளம்மா. அண்டமெல்லாம் நடு நடுங்க அலறி ஓடும் சூரனையே, ஆயிரம் கரங்கொண்டு சம்ஹாரம் செய்யுறாளே, அடியவர்கள் ஒன்று கூடி அமைதி காக்க வேண்டுகிறார்.
ஓம் ஸ்ரீ நித்ய பிரிய பிரேமானந்த ததாஸ்து. மகா சரஸ்வதி, I myself will manifest in you. Om, Om, Om.
வீசிக்கிட்டு ஆடி வரா. எங்க குலம் காக்க வந்த முத்தாரம்மா, அவ தங்க மனம் கொண்ட ஞான சக்தி அம்மா.
எங்க குலம் காக்க வந்த முத்தாரம்மா, அவ தங்க மனம் கொண்ட ஞான சக்தி அம்மா.
காளியம்மா நீலியம்மா சூழியம்மா வடிவாகி காலமெல்லாம் காக்க வர முத்தாரம்மா. சூளம் ஏந்தி முத்தாரம்மா ஆடி வாரா, சூரபதம் செய்திடவே ஓடி வாரா தாயே. அண்டமெல்லாம் அதிருது, உண்ட வினை தீருது, அண்டமுடன் பேய்கள் எல்லாம் அலறிக்கிட்டு ஓடுது. அண்டமெல்லாம் அதிருது, உண்ட வினை தீருது, அலறிக்கிட்டு ஓடுது. சீமுடி பிடறிக்கிட்டே படரும்படி அந்த சாத்தானையும் எல்லையை விட்டு ஓட வைப்பா. பட்சிகள்லாம் பயமில்லாம வாழுதம்மா, எங்க முத்தாரம்மா ஆளுகின்ற பூமியிலே. எங்க குலம் காக்க வந்த முத்தாரம்மா, அவ தங்க மனம் கொண்ட ஞான சக்தி அம்மா.
எங்க குலம் காக்க வந்த முத்தாரம்மா, அவ தங்க மனம் கொண்ட ஞான சக்தி அம்மா.
காளியம்மா நீலியம்மா சூழியம்மா வடிவாகி காலமெல்லாம் காக்க வர முத்தாரம்மா. சூளம் ஏந்தி அம்மா ஆடி வாரா, சூரபதம் செய்திடவே ஓடி வாரா. சூளம் ஏந்தி முத்தாரம்மா ஆடி வாரா, சூரபதம் செய்திடவே ஓடி வாரா. நவரூப அவதாரி ஆங்காரம்மா, நவராத்திரி வேளையிலே ஆடி வாரா. நவரூப அவதாரி ஆங்காரம்மா, நவராத்திரி வேளையிலே ஆடி வாரா. சூளம் ஏந்தி முத்தாரம்மா ஆடி வாரா, சூரபதம் செய்திடவே ஓடி வாரா.
ஆதி ஒரு காலத்திலே திருமுலை வயலிலே அவராய் பச்சையராய் பச்சையம்மா வாழம் ஒன்று குலை காக்க வாழை பந்தலிலே சூரமுடன் அமர்ந்தவளே பச்சையம்மா. ஆங்கார 7 பேரு மகா முனிவரையும் வாசலுக்கு காவல் வைத்தாய் பச்சையம்மா. பச்சைமலை குலத்தியாய் அங்கும் இங்கும் ஆடியே அழகான கோயில் கொண்டாய் பச்சையம்மா. தாயே காடு வெட்டி அம்மா முள்ளெடுத்து முள்ளெடுத்து கட்டி வைத்த திரு முள்ளவனம். காடு வெட்டி தாயை முள்ளெடுத்து கட்டி வைத்த திரு முள்ளவனம். மேடு வெட்டி தாயை சமப்படுத்தி செஞ்சாளம்மா திரு முள்ளவனம். மேடு வெட்டி தாயை சமப்படுத்தி செஞ்சாளம்மா திரு முள்ளவனம். இலைகள் எல்லாம் அது பச்சையம்மா, இலை காம்பு அது அம்மா வெங்க நிறம். காய்கள் எல்லாம் அது பச்சையம்மா, காய்காம்பு அது பச்சை நிறம். ஒரு வாழை அம்மா ஒரு கொலையா, கறிவாழை அதில 3 கொலை. ஒரு வாழை அம்மா ஒரு கொலையா, கறிவாழை அதில 3 கொலை. காய்க்குதம்மா திரு முல்லையிலே, செழிக்குதம்மா அம்மா வாழ நகர். காடு வெட்டி தாயை முள்ளெடுத்து கட்டி வைத்த திரு முள்ளவனம். வெங்கையம்மா தாயை நிறத்தழகி, வேடு மன்ன தாயை பங்கிழியே. வெங்கையம்மா தாயை நிறத்தழகி, வேடு மன்ன தாயை கைகிழியே. காவலுக்கு 7 தவமுனிகள் உனக்கு கண் முன்னே தாயை வைத்தவளே. காவலுக்கு 7 தவமுனிகள் உனக்கு கண் முன்னே தாயை வைத்தவளே.
ஆடுக மூஞ்சல் ஆடுகவே அம்மா தாயே ஆடுகவே. ஆடுக மூஞ்சல் ஆடுகவே அம்மா தாயே ஆடுகவே. அம்மா மதுரை மீனாட்சி, அருள்வாய் காஞ்சி காமாட்சி. அன்பாய் என்னை ஆதரித்து அல்லல் போக்கும் என் தாயே, அன்னை தேவி பரா
ಸಿಂಹಮುಗತ್ತಿನಿ ಕಣ್ಣ ನಿರತ್ತಿನಿ ಮಂದಿರ ನರ್ತಿನಿ ತುಂಬ ನಿವರ್ತಿನಿ ಮಾಯಿನಿ ಘೋರ ರೂಪಿಣಿ ತಾಯಿ ಮನಮೋ ಕುಳಿರುಂ ಕಾಲೆ ಕುಂಬನಿ ನಾರಾಯಣ ನರಸಿಂಹ ಕೋಪಂ ತಣಿத்த காரணியம்மா கருணையின் பூரணி மாலினி திரிசூலினி 14 லோக பரிபாலனி சாமி நம்மா பிரத்யங்கிரா பேச்சுன்னி உயிர் மூச்சுன்னி சிவாயினி எங்கள் சிந்தாமணி யுக ஸ்வரூபிணி நிரந்தரணி ஆபத்தில் காக்கும் தேவினி ஜென்ம பாவதி தீர்க்கும் நிவாரணி சிம்மமுகத்தினி கண்ண நிறத்தினி மந்திர நத்தினி தும்ப நிவர்த்தினி கிணி கிணி கிங்கிணி மாலை மனோன்மணி பிணி பிணி பே பிணி ஓட்டும் சிரோன்மணி கிணி கிணி கிங்கிணி மாலை மனோன்மணி பிணி பிணி பே பிணி ஓட்டும் சிரோன்மணி ஆயிரம் முகத்தினி அள்ளி தரும் கரத்தினி சத்ருகுல நாசினி பைரவரின் பத்தினி ராஜசிம்ம வாகினி நீயே சங்கு சக்கர தாரிணி தாயே முக்திதாயினி அம்மா கௌலினி கிங்கிணி யார வாணி கல்யாணி அனங்கினி அம்மா ஆவேச காளினி ஆயிரம் சூரிய பிரகாசினி சர்வமங்கள சண்டி துஜேசினி விந்தியாச்சல வாசினி சிறினி பிரத்தியங்கிரா சாமி வடிவில் அருள் வாக்கு சொல்லும் சர்வேசினி நிவர்த்தி பூஜைகள் செய்தால் நெஞ்சில் நிம்மதி தருகிற சாந்தினி சிம்மமுகத்தினி கண்ண நிறத்தினி மந்திர நத்தினி தும்ப நிவர்த்தினி சூட்சுமகாரிணி சூத்திரதாரிணி ஜனனி அருக்காணி பவதாரணி கிணி கிணி கிங்கிணி மாலை மனோன்மணி பிணி பிணி பை பிணி ஓகம் சிரோன்மணி सहस्ररूपिणि दुरितवरायिनि आचार्य पुरादनि अट्टहासिनि यामिसयामिनि अधर्वणि शोभिनि दुर्गातिकारिणि प्रत्यङ्गदेविनि महिषासुरमर्दिनि यारिणि नीलाम्बरधारिणि सूरिणि लक्ष्मी कडाक्षिणि बलप्रदायिनि मनोहारिणि ஏகேஸ்வரிணி மந்திரமுச்சாடனி ஏவலேரிக்கும் அக்கினி கராலனி கபாலனி கதமவன வாசினி கம்பீரணி வினோதினி எதிரி அழிக்கும் சம்ஹாரிணி சிம்மமுகத்தினி கண்ண நிறத்தினி மந்திர நத்தினி கும்ப நிவர்த்தினி அங்கணி அமானி அதர்வணி தாயே அனந்தினி நாகினி சொர்ண பௌர்ணமினி கிணி கிணி கிண்கிணி மாலை மனோன்மணி பிணி பிணி பே பே பிணி ஓகம் சிரோன்மணி சந்தனவாசினி சங்கு புகுநேசினி மாங்கல்ய வரம் தரும்
சோபீரகுநாதன். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள் அன்னை நாம் சொல்வதை, உள்வாங்கி செய்திட்டால் உண்மையில் நன்மை உண்டு. டொரண்டோ கைலாசத்து பக்தர்க்கும் மற்றும் கனடா நாட்டு இந்துக்கள் அனைவரும் கேளுங்கள். கைலாசத்தின் ஆலயமும் ஞானச் சூழல் இயலும் டொரண்டோவில் அமைவது உங்கள் வம்சத்திற்கு பெரும் ஞான பாதுகாப்பு. உங்கள் முன்னோர்கள் செய்த சிலவற்றாலும் செய்யாது விட்ட சிலவற்றாலும் பலவற்றை இழந்தீர்கள். நீங்கள் உங்கள் வம்சமாவது பொன்னையோ மண்ணையோ பெண்ணையோ தன்னையோ இழந்து விடாமல் சனாதன இந்து தர்மம் தழைக்க டொரண்டோ கைலாசம் செய்து வையுங்கள். கூட்டு முயற்சியாலும் கூட்டு பொறுப்பாலும் தெளிந்த நோக்கத்தாலும் தியாகத்தாலும் மட்டுமே நிகழக்கூடிய அதிசயம் இது. திரளுங்கள் ஒன்றாய், பெரும் தியாகம் செய்திடுங்கள். கைலாசத்து கிளை அது கனடாவில் உருவாகட்டும். கைலாச டொரண்டோ ஆலயத்தொடு குருகுலமும் கோஷாலையும் நூலகமும் சேர்ந்து மிக பெரும் கைலாச ஞானச் சூழல் இயலாய் நன்று மலரட்டும். நீங்கள் எல்லோரும் எல்லா மங்களத்துடனும் வாழ்வீர்களாக. வாழட்டும் டொரண்டோ கைலாசம், வாழட்டும் கைலாசத்து மக்கள், வாழ்வீர்கள் வளத்தொடு. ஓம்.
வாராளம்மா, பஞ்சங்களை பாலருக்க வாராளம்மா. சூரியம்மா காட்டாறு வெள்ளம் போல வாராளம்மா அம்பை படபடக்க உடுக்கை தடதடக்க உற்ற காளி வாரா சூடி பக்ர காளி வாரா ஆலை ஏந்திக்கிட்டு சூரன் தலையெடுக்க சக்தி தேவி வாரா துளசி முத்து மாறி வாரா அம்பை படபடக்க உடுக்கை தடதடக்க உற்ற காளி வாரா சூடி பக்ர காளி வாரா ஆலை ஏந்திக்கிட்டு சூரன் தலையெடுக்க சக்தி தேவி வாரா துளசி முத்து மாறி வாரா பூவும் கமகமக்க பூசு மஞ்சளுடன் சூழ காளி வாரா நம்ம முத்தார தேவி வாரா நாவு கயிறு தொட காவு தனை எடுக்க மத்தினி தேவி வாரா துளசி முத்தார சூடி வாரா பூவும் கமகமக்க பூசு மஞ்சளுடன் சூழ காளி வாரா நம்ம முத்தார தேவி வாரா நாவு வயிறு தொட காவு தனை எடுக்க மத்தினி தேவி வாரா துளசி முத்தார சூடி வாரா சூழ காளி வாரா சூழ சம்ஹாரம் செய்ய வாரா நீலி தேவி வாரா நீதி நமக்கு சொல்ல வாரா துளசி மாறி வாரா தசரா ஆட்டம் போட்டு வாரா முத்தார தாயி வாரா முரசு கொட்ட ஆடி வாரா மனசு தீர ஆடி நமக்கு மங்களம் கொடுக்க வாரா
Jnanapatati Manual under the guidance of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattamasyadi Lakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is power manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagavan himself explaining what is power manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turiyatita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift, playing with life, playing with being alive. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence, all these three has no boundary. You are one with it. You are alive in everything. Everything listens to you. Everything decides as you want.
Scientific. Beautifully, Bhagavan explained what is power manifestation. Everything decides as what you want. The collective integrity that Bhagavan is giving us through doing the Tyaga, the conscious sovereignty, as our reality. And to understand these great signs, the simple exercise Bhagavan gives us to manifest the powers of Paramashiva, which pokes the hole into our self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred, and makes us understand that conscious sovereignty is a way of existence. The cognitive shift that we need to have manifest as reality is science of power manifestations. Millions have experienced it, and each one of us can experience. Is the science, and it is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. The scriptural reference, the Shastra Pramana, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and the Agamas, the pure science and the applied science. Understanding these great science and manifesting powers is the science of power manifestation. Apta Pramanas, the experience and the results of millions of Aptas who understood the science and manifested all the reality of Paramashiva and manifested all the powers, which is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. Apta Pramana. Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation. Bhagavan plays the Leela of a human being and having a cognitive shift, how we can have a superconscious breakthrough. Bhagavan's very own Leelas for us to understand that conscious sovereignty for a humanity is quite possible, and it is manifesting as the very original reality for each one of us. Shakshi Pramana, an experience of the millions of devotees, disciples, followers initiated by Bhagavan into the science of power manifestation, manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva. Bhagavan beautifully says, I myself will be in the Kailash courtyard to manifest all the powers of Paramashiva. Whoever comes there, I will be there to manifest their realities for each one of us as the prasada. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state, not just the thoughtless space that millions are running around to experience that, not just that, but beyond that is the Shaktis that display and which is measured scientifically. All these great signs are measured scientifically and beautifully explained by Bhagavan. The Shastra Pramana, this is from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Vijnana, consciousness, Bhairava, one who experienced the consciousness. Tantra is the method who experience the consciousness beyond the mind. How we understand only the mind, and there's beyond the mind the consciousness which we can experience. This is Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 34, Dharana 11.
The Shastra Pramana for the power of third eye awakening is taken from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 34, Dharana 11. Kapala antarmanonyasya tishthanmilitalochanaha kramena manaso dadhyat lakshaye lakshyamuttamam. Kapala antarmanonyasya tishthanmilitalochanaha kramena manaso dadhyat lakshaye lakshyamuttamam.
Beautifully in this Sutra 34, Dharana 11, Bhagavan Paramashiva says, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession by the stability of the mind and the inner space, through the power of third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshyam. By having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. Beautifully it says, a very beautiful word where it says the stability of the mind and the inner space. When we bring the stability in the mind and inner space, the thoughtless space, we experience the higher reality, higher cognitions, who we are, the very nature, the very core, how we can be beyond the birth and death, and we can be in the Paramashiva space. This is a science. We can experience that. The more and more we start engaging in that, we start understanding it is a science, and each one of us can manifest that reality. How? It's a science of walking, science of talking, science of understanding the schools where we go grade by grade. Same thing, this is a science where we can understand the higher reality once we start manifesting even few powers, Bhagavan says. How Pusala Nayanar, he was only very poor person and he was only building the temple in his heart. Continuously he read the book, and every day he would sit and meditate and start building every pillar in his heart for Paramashiva, Hridayeshwar. And Paramashiva himself came down to pull it from his heart, from the depth, the dimension, and make it as a reality for him. And the temple still exists without any sculpting mark. It is so smooth because it's looked like it's from other dimension it has come. The possibility that we have is endless, and each of the avatars beautifully displayed all these great signs. And we can experience all that when we understand the simple integrity and simple obedience of doing it every day to understand the higher clicks. When we start going to swimming, we don't understand. We get paranoid and we think we are going to sink. But by the very nature, we are supposed to float. So why are we sinking? When we get the click, we understand it's a cognitive shift. It is nothing. We start floating in the water. Same way, when we have the cognitive shift, we can manifest our reality. Each one is a Brahman. Each one is ultimate. Each one is Paramashiva, Para Shakti, sitting here and manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva. Each sun rays has the same amount of intensity as the sun itself. You can't say one ray is less than the other. Same way, all these great signs are revealed once we start tasting the nectar, Bhagavan says. Even a drop of nectar, the Amritattva, that we experience, we'll understand who we are, why we came here, what we are doing is consciousness, not the outer world. Only the outer world reality, which we think is the only possibility right now. Beautifully in the Surya Siddhanta, beautifully it says how sun god Surya reveals to the king Maya, who's the Ravana's father-in-law, a very specific knowledge of the cosmos. This knowledge is known as Surya Siddhanta. Lord Surya reveals to the king Maya the origin and the root of trigonometry, standard notation and decimal system, gravity, and highly advanced mathematical phenomena millions of years before even the Western mathematician evolved. Even still they are evolving, and completely they have no idea of these great Siddhantas. The kings lived in such a space that when Surya was ready to download, they were able to receive it. We need to raise ourselves for Bhagavan to download in the higher science and higher reality and higher possibilities. That is why he has given the science of our manifestation as a foundation course for us to even start understanding that we are consciousness and we are the ultimate reality. For us to understand the higher science again and again, Bhagavan beautifully explains here how he experienced and the power of Samadhi, third eye, in Pavakundru.
There is a place called Coral Hill in Arunachaleshwara Hill, and the foothills. Evenings I'll go and sit there, just sitting silently, not
big meditation and all. It was just, usually it will be just sitting only. Sometime I may feel from where the thoughts are raising. That is thought as taught by Annamalai Swamigal. I took that as an initiation and I used to just see from where the thoughts are raising. So it was on the Vaikasi Purnima day, evening. I was not even meditating. I was just sitting in a very relaxed way. Around after 4:30, sunset and moon rise. You can see both in that place very beautifully. The moon rising and sun setting, both. In that beautiful mood, I don't know suddenly what happened. Something, I was sitting with open eyes. Something broke inside this Anandaganda area. Literally opened. And my eyes got closed automatically. Eyes got closed. Suddenly, I started seeing the whole 360 degree. Please understand how you see this 120 degree. This whole 360 degree I saw. Not only that, I was able to feel that whole 360 degree is me. Please understand, anything you see, you can feel it as you. See, how you feel you are alive inside your skin. I felt that same depth, I am alive inside this all also. See, in your case, you are alive inside your skin 100%. You are alive 0% in this skin. In my case, I felt same 100% I am alive inside these things also. Like a plant, tree, stone, the front, whatever is there, back, whatever is there, the whole thing. It was such an ecstasy, I can say, pure, solid gold flowing through my spine, which was cool. Pure, solid gold being poured into my spine, it was cool. I don't know how long I was there in that same state. Then slowly when I was able to walk and come down, just near that Kuppamal's house is there. I went and told her. She was doing something, she heard and said, I asked whether I am caught by some ghost. She said, no, you are caught by God. Go, don't worry. You are not possessed by ghost. You are already a ghost. Which ghost will possess you? If you don't go and catch some other ghost, that is good for the ghost. Go. You are only caught by God. She only said that I should not eat any food outside because my nervous system needs to settle down. She will cook and give every day. She will cook that bitter neem leaf. She will boil and grind that stone, and she will give one this much to be put in the mouth. It actually did a real good thing. Yeah. Otherwise, in that energy, the stomach will get burnt. So fortunately, she was there around me to take care. I did not have any of that problems. This neem and all makes the whole thing cool, and it takes care that unnecessary things does not get developed in your system. So she was taking care of me, and she will grind some of these herbs with whatever is required and all, and put it even on my stomach and make me eat. And she was taking care of that physical aspects. I came down and saw her. She said, you are caught only by God, don't worry. Don't eat here and there. Come back here to eat. Then I told I'll go to the temple. She said, go. I went to the temple and I could see very clearly, even in the temple, all 360 degree I was able to see. I was walking, but I could see all 360 degree. That is where I caught my friend, classmate, and took him to one corner and told him, see, I am able to see all 360 degree. On that rock in Pavlakundri, if you go and sit, you will also have the same power. I went and asked Kuppamal. She said, it's not a ghost, you go. It was very in the night, almost maybe 8 o'clock, because around 4:35 I had that experience. I would have had that experience. And I don't know how long I was lying there. I was just sitting there. And it must have been at least 7 or 8. I'm telling him, go now itself. He says, no, now it is late. I'll go tomorrow morning. I said, no, go now. Tomorrow morning you don't know whether that ghost would have gone. And I don't know whether that power would have gone out. Go now. He said, no. Then he said, hey, you are talking foolish things. How can you see all 360? I told him, if you want, check. First, I remember, he showed fingers behind my head. I told properly. Then he did not believe. Again, he picked up a coin and showed the head or tail. I told that also properly. Then he said, maybe you are telling in fluke. Then I told very clearly the tree is behind my head without turning the head.
Let's go to the Shakshi Pramana. Shakshi Pramana are the beautifully Bhagavan explained how he saw 360 degrees when he went into the oneness space with Paramashiva. Now you can see the Balasans in the Capitol Hill, how she was demonstrating all these great powers. All the Balasans have been demonstrating all over the world in different places, and they completely, thoroughly, scientifically tested, and they were manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva.
Because his mother tongue is.
I'm scared. No one can have secrets from you, huh?
That's right. That's right. I was thinking the same thing. Like,
I know.
Wow. Yeah. What you get? That's actually
why didn't you listen to one of his videos?
Yeah, you gonna play it? Play it.
I can show photos of me in this actually.
I love the way
Oh
she
yeah,
talks.
so you're here on that website?
Yeah, I'm on this website.
She's on the website. She can see.
Is she
Yeah,
still
here?
right now?
Yeah, she still has her. Yeah,
The white-
yeah. She's open. She's open.
And so wait a minute, how do you know to open that up like that to make it bigger and everything? She's going right to it and open it up.
iPhone before, obviously.
But even besides that,
Right, just to
she's
add
doing
to
that with the blindfold on.
But her dad has an iPhone.
Yeah, but I'm saying she's doing that with the iPhone on, so you have to know specifically where that picture is located to open it up bigger.
She's just, what you call this child?
That's you there?
Yeah, this
Prodigy child.
So you're ready
No,
for
it's
the girl.
not. She's not
She
proud
got
to
it.
be.
And then
She
look
got
again.
it. Free the boo.
How the manifestation of these great truths is possible for each one of us, even as a small child. All of us can experience this. When we understand the science more and more, what is Bhagavan giving us through these great sciences? And if you have some books and papers, please bring the books. If you have Living Enlightenment book, Bhagavad Gita book, that will be wonderful. If you have Jnananjan in the Kantamala, you can apply in the third eye and your temples. And if you can have some paper and pencils, we are going to see the numbers. If you want to see other things also, perfectly fine, go ahead. And whatever you see, write it down. But how does the Balasans manifest these powers? When they start doing, they are very confident and they say whatever they want. I'll be showing something about the planets and they will be talking about some lion and mouse story. But I still tell them, keep going, keep going. And suddenly, after 2-3 days, they start seeing everything perfectly because they started now cognizing from their belief that they are manifesting the powers. We are breathing, then we are manifesting. Our body is just a dead body. There is a matter. How does it breathe? How does it make food into blood? We don't believe when food will come to our home. We think we have to work for it. But we know that when we put the food, it becomes the blood. We don't have to work for it. We believe in microcosm, so it happens. What we perceive is our reality. What we do not perceive, we think that is impossible. But being in the space of oneness with Paramashiva, he gives the possibility of n dimension where you can create the reality. You start understanding you are consciousness. You are not just the matter. You can be the matter when we have to relate with matter, but we are consciousness in basic sense. How we manifest even the breathing, talking, walking, everything. Otherwise, we are a dead matter. The dead matter is given the life by conscious serenity. But if we know to use the conscious serenity, Bhagavan says it's like tapping a supercomputer and you can run any apps. And these powers makes you understand the higher science. Few minutes we'll start getting this whole science and start manifesting powers. We start understanding there is another possibility in us. We came down not just as a matter and go back as a matter, but we are consciousness to realize that in the physical body is the real purpose of life, Bhagavan says, to understand going beyond the death and birth cycle, which is always a struggle, which is always painful, continuously waking us up from the delusion. Let's get the eye band in such a way that no light enters it. If you see the Balasans, they love to put a patch, they love to put more layers because they want complete darkness, because this prefrontal cortex, which is a unique thing for human beings. No other animal, even including the chimpanzees and the closest primates of us, even though they are 99% the same DNA, they do not have the idea of future, past, present.
no idea of consciousness. We have this particular place where consciousness is installed in us, where we can manifest as powers. Simply, it will start seeing. You will start seeing through your third eye. You know, these 5 senses that we have is an instrument. It just delivers data to the back of the brain, and actually the brain gives the real messages or real what we perceive it. In an inverted form, when we see through our eyes, we know all these sciences. But at the back of the brain, what actually sees what we are seeing, that which sees us, that which tastes us, that which we are, Bhagavan asks us to see in that area, we will start seeing the consciousness. Now we are going to do the simple experiment, how you do in your math lab or science lab. Close your eyes with the eye band in such a way that completely it is dark, so that this area becomes more lit. You are self-effulgent. Even when you are sleeping in a dark room, when you wake up in your dream, it is bright light and you're walking and talking and having all the fun with your friends, and there is no light problem. Where is that light coming from? You are the self-effulgent light. Even in the darkest room, if you close your eyes, you can see. If you think of a cat, you can see it. Your brain is completely dark. Then where is the light entering? If you ask these questions, and even the colors, what you see, where is the colors recorded? Even now, science doesn't know that detail. They cannot say this strand of the neuron nerve cells has the color code of green. They cannot say it. There's all the higher science, the mature reality that we need to understand. Now science is trying to catch up. We can catch up by simply experiencing with Parashakti. Now let's sit with head, neck and spine in a straight line. Visualize Paramashiva, Parashakti, her gorgeous looks, her uncompassionate compassion, uncomparable compassion. The most beautiful thing of a mother is continuously pouring in their kids, continuously doing the Tyaga for her kids, continuously hand-holding and taking care and meticulously doing everything for the child. That is what Bhagavan is. Hold that beautiful space in your third eye and continuously unclutch from what you think as the outer world identity for a few minutes. Let go everything that you know as your identity, that you hold, who you are, what you are, how you drop it when you go to the sleep. Completely we relax from the identity that can be experienced right now. Completely unclutch from your identity, and that is the Tyaga Bhagavan is holding, telling us again and again, raise yourself as Paramashiva, who you are. The identities that you carry is not you. That is not just what you are. You are superconscious being who is sitting in the human body as Brahmanya Bahuputratam, favorite inheritance of the cosmos. Hold that space and start chanting the Mahavakya with intensity, whatever you know as your intensity, by deep listening, and just enjoy the whole presence of Bhagavan in your inner space. And something else starts opening up, and that is superconsciousness, where you can see the letters and write down the details. Now let's start chanting the Mahavakya intensely to experience the oneness and experience the power of third eye. Swadhisthana and Manipuraha, where navel
Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham,
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the power in all our third eyes. Om Jnananda Paramashivam. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the power in all our third eyes. Om Jnananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the power in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Beautiful. Now, please open your eye bands and verify whatever pages you have gone through and whatever messages that you have seen in your third eye. If you're using the Living Enlightenment book or Bhagavad Gita abridged, wonderful. Whatever Krishna's message or Bhagwan's message for you today, please note it down and take a picture of it. All these great downloads in us, when we start recognizing ourselves, all we need to do is, instead of denying it, we need to recognize it. That's all the whole changes. It is always happening in us. But because of our self-doubt, self-denial, and self-hatred, we are missing out the great signs. All we need to do is, Bhagavan says, nothing to change, nothing to replace, nothing to do at all. Just recognize you are Paramashiva. You are manifesting all this great truth, and you can change the reality however you want. Now science is finding out how the quantum works, how the quantum science exists, and how they start manifesting different realities. Bhagavan has beautifully given us the simplest science, that sitting with a cup of coffee or a chocolate milk, entangling with Bhagavan, just falling into oneness with Paramashiva, we can experience the highest reality. Usually Bhagavan says these are a tapas, like an ant trying to reach the top of the hill, the mountains, how many births it has to take to really reach. And I just put it in the shoulder and fly up and drop it there. It is so easy when you have Paramashiva who tells you what you are, and you just recognize that, and you are just on the flight. The flight visa is only recognizing yourself as Paramashiva, Para Shakti, who is continuously manifesting as reality, and recognizing that you are self-effulgent, you are Sarvanyatva, you are the ultimate consciousness with abundance and auspiciousness. Just recognize that again and again and start living that. You will start seeing that you are Paramashiva. You can command over the reality. You can go beyond any of the pains that you're dealing with life. And simply there's not just to manifest some words, closing your eyes, but to remove all your blind spots and make you as conscious being, conscious serenity,
And collectively, all of us sitting all over the world and intensely in the samadhi with Bhagavan Paramashiva makes us more powerful, and more collective integrity starts happening as Paramashiva as reality. Seeing others as Paramashiva is the ultimate and the easiest way, Bhagavan says, the shortest distance that we can recognize Paramashiva. Now we'll have one more cycle. If you're verified and taken picture, go ahead, again tie your eyes. Tie your eyes such that there's no light entering these two areas so that completely it is dark. You can start focusing on your third eye, the frontal lobe of your body, which is the command center. Even as a science, they have found that how it is working and how it is manifesting. Only the middle part of the brain, they say, called the monkey brain, where you relate like a monkey, how it functions. But the frontal lobe is very unique to human beings. And out of 84 million species and 8 billion people, you are the chosen one to be here today. After Bhagavan's darshan, Devi's darshan, asking all of us to take the prasada, and you are here to experience that. What a wonderful gift that Bhagavan has given you. Hold that higher space, Brahmanya Bahuputratam. Hold that you are the favorite inheritance of the cosmos. You are the ultimate, and you experience the ultimate as God and goddesses, which you live in this human body, in this human birth. Be holding that highest space of consciousness, conscious sovereignty, Paramashiva as your reality. Let's have one more cycle. Sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Continuously chant from your navel center. The intestine, which has the DNA, literally changes into the highest trance when you start chanting from your navel center. Ajaba Ajaba has a huge power to manifest all your reality because it replaces thoughts with higher frequency. It is doing the double work. It not only removes your thoughts, but also raises your frequency into higher dimensions, which you can start experience just by chanting the Mahavakya. And entangling with Bhagavan, who's in quantum space, in deep samadhi. And just by watching that, you can mirror your neurons into the quantum space and manifest the powers. All this science is given to us in such a beautiful way. Let's experience that, chanting the Mahavakya and seeing the pages and writing down all the details. And when we finish the cycle, you can verify and share with the world all these blessings, prasada from Bhagavan. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya intensely.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Jnananda Paramashivam. Om Jnananda Paramashivamam. Nityananda 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 Paramashivamam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Nityananda Paramashivamam. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the power in all our third eyes.
So beautiful. Please open your eye bands and open your eyes and verify authentically again all the details. And please go ahead and share it in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation. All these great signs that Bhagavan is showering on us, when you share it with the world that you are Paramashiva, you get grounded into that space. Just take 5 minutes thanking Bhagavan for whatever powerful cognition, initiations, blessings, and power manifestation that you received. To thank Bhagavan and post it in your social media or in tinyurl.com/power manifestation. Tag it to your friends and families. It's not Bhagavan is doing something just for us, but to tell the world how much he's showering continuously for each one of us, meticulously taking care of our lives to the highest possibility without all the sufferings that we are going through, pulling us out of delusion in a very gentle and soft way. And these signs of our manifestation just exactly does that. So share it with your family and friends. When you align to Bhagavan, how life becomes so smooth, in spite of what you're going through, in spite of all the horrible things. We are going through a sailing boat, which is flooded with all the confusion and chaos. But just for us, it is happening because of Paramashiva's grace. Thank Bhagavan for all the great things that he's showering on you. And if you can contribute whatever you want to contribute, you can offer your one currency of your country to Bhagavan's lotus feet, to Kailasha. Again and again, we remind you all these because making you again understand that these sciences might look very simple, but it's phenomenal because Bhagavan has given us, and simple integrity and simple obedience will have a breakthrough in our life. Continuously following everything that Bhagavan is giving us and doing the tyaga of what our identity, our self-doubt and our cognition thinks, letting go that and thinking only in collective integrity. Doing the tyaga, we raise to a higher consciousness. Let's surrender all this powerful cognition, power manifestation to Bhagavan's lotus feet. Whenever we go through the beautiful space, offer everything to Bhagavan's lotus feet. Again and again, you will have the depth of the cognitions. And with a deep gratitude and earning Paramashiva to become your existential reality, thanking Bhagavan and thanking each and every one of you, hundreds of you sitting all over the world, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. With a deep gratitude, let's end the session with a Purna Mantra. Let's sit straight. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Paduka Arpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much. Happy Krishna Jayanti and see you after the Krishna Jayanti darshan. Thank you, Nithyanandam.
Nithyanandeshwara Sadashiva Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Adishakti Madhyamam Asmadacharya Parayantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all of you, all the MSS participants, MSS graduates, Inner Awakening graduates, the Inner Awakening participants who are still here, few, and MSS graduates, and the people, devotees, visitors, viewers, samajis, satsangis, here for MSS continued education session. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Today I will explain few fundamental principles about the 11 dimensions. Then I will initiate you. See, Vedas clearly describe how these multiple dimensions manifested. Ekoham bahushyamaha. Listen. Let my one become many to celebrate me. It actually goes further and Sutra and Bhashya and Vartika and Tika, if you see all the four, it's such a beautifully aligned. I should say, truth is revealed in a very beautiful way, where the logic of the listeners understands the truth. See, those days, the people's logic, it was intense but light. Understand, there's a difference. All the casual logic only will be long, like you talking to your spouse. Talk 10 hours, then again. But listen, she will start from the same point, or he will start from the same point. It means throughout, it was a casual logic. There was intense logic. Will be light. Means the time need not be spent, or more words need not be spent to make an intense logic understand something. That is why the time of the sutra, Vedas, just few words only sutra, the truth is revealed. Egoham bahushyamaha. Then the time of the commentators, Bhashya, logic has become little casual and little longer. So you need to interpret and make them understand. Then comes the time of the Vartika. Means commentary on commentary. You need to use more words. Then comes Tika. Commentary on the commentary of the commentary on the commentary. Then huge words. See, Sutra is like a call between boy and boy. Hey, come to the messenger, or we'll talk there. That's all. Bhashya is almost like a call between mom and married daughter. Little more. Then comes Vartika. It's a call between man and a girl when they are in love but before marriage. Little longer. Then comes Tika. It's a call between two girls who are trying to catch the same boy. It will not end that easily. There and mapped it to this planet Earth's matter, and you have shown now you are more powerful than the identity inserted on you by the society by gang raping you. Only then entry into Gurukul is given. Actually, even the construction I am going to do it step by step like that. Then you stay there, you stay here, then after you have the next success, you come here. That's the way it is going to be. This is the first step in education. I'm not telling you stories. I'm giving you my vision, and I'll make it happen. Brilliant are those who wait for me to make my vision into reality. Fools are those who don't give me a chance. Stupid are those who leave halfway. I bless you all. Now, I've introduced three things. Length of this walking stick. This is length. This is breadth. And this is depth. In us, the logic which moves and makes conclusions is length. Breadth which influences the matter means the cognition influencing the matter, spirit influencing the matter, your activism or involvement influencing the matter, logic, that zone is called breadth. Like art, poetry, music, sculpting, where your spirit influences matter. There is a part of you, independent of length and breadth, matter and emotion, can create an experience. Like I gave you the example, you may be sleeping on a beautiful king-size bed and air-conditioned room completely secured by the whole army around you, but you may be dreaming, experiencing a tiger chasing you, sometimes stray dog chasing you in the forest. Independent of everything external, the cognition you generate, the ability to generate cognitions is depth. Listen. Logic, which always concludes, is length in you. Your art, emotion, heart, which you can influence, that is breadth in you. the cognition which is independent of all these can generate experiences, cognitions. That is depth in you. Same way in the universe. All the forces submit themselves to a logical flow. The whole physics is length of the universe. All the artistic, where the consciousness influences the matter. For example, I give you a boon. You ask for healing or money, something, and I give a boon. Consciousness influencing the matter and altering. All those things are artistic, breadth dimension of the universe. Vishwamitra creating independent, complete new plane of existence for Trishangu is the depth of the universe. Now in this LBD, let's have question answer. You ask whatever you want to ask about the LBD. Then I'll talk about the time and space.
So Swamiji, does it mean that dream is the depth?
I should say, dream is depth, but it does not mean always the depth should be right. Wrong depth.
Okay.
You see, here when I say depth, your power to manifest.
Yes.
It can be good or bad, right or wrong. Sometimes you may be somebody may be in the platform, but he can manifest the experience is the palace.
So Turyatit is depth.
I should say, Turyatita itself is the source where the depth is manifested. From Turyatita, you never manifest bad depth. You only manifest conscious depth. For example, a $1 billion rich guy will never go to a shop and steal $10 and get imprisoned.
Right.
The material which is in Turyatita as a depth. But sometimes people do use that to make a cheap things like ordinary dreams.
Right.
Actually, your ability to make a dream and your ability to make a heaven is one and the same. When you have a low self-identity, you create some ordinary dream where you have a small bungalow and the actor or actresses whom you want and all that. When you have a higher identity, you create Ramba, Menaka, Urvasi and Swarga. Otherwise, the stuff is one and the same. Many questions will fall in place when I merge all these three, this length, breadth, depth, this 11 dimension, 25 states of consciousness, 5 aspects of Sadashiva. When I merge all these three, tons of questions will become clear. You just know the whole, how things happen. For example, when you are having 5 ideas about you, somebody has 5 ideas about them, and their depth, if it becomes active, it creates a low dream. Whatever they know as a best, they try to have that. When that identity is 100 ideas, then he tries to create little better dream. When that identity is 1000, then he creates heaven. Trishank, the energy Vishwamitra used and created a Swarga for Trishangu is the same energy with which we also build a home for our worker and give. Nothing more than that.
So Swamiji, if someone is in the depth, then is person A depth? How does it relate to other people, or is it just private reality? Does it really affect other people?
What I am saying, as long as you have control only over you, your depth influences only you.
Okay.
When you master your whole biomemory and muscle memory, and even push that energy through your biomemory, muscle memory out, even the universe's depth listens to you.
So how was Vishwamitra able to manifest?
Because Vishwamitra's tapas, he has mastered himself and the nature around him. He can manifest anything he wants, not only for himself, even for others. It's just like giving a boon. It is the mastery of tapas. So when you have mastered your depth, you can also master the depth of somebody and create a different reality for them. Means which I am doing in Kalpadara Darshans and all, when I give a boon.
Swamiji, can you give one more real life example of length, depth, and the breadth?
Which way? As object or as a being or as a universe?
As being.
You logically think, calculate. If you work this many hours, this is the salary you will get. It's a logic. That's a length. How to get the salary without working is breadth. And how to take vacation and give a medical certificate and give the salary is get the salary is depth.
So one view of ourselves is body, mind, and intellect. Will that fit into just the length, or does it traverse?
No. Body, mind, intellect. Mind and intellect are actually one and the same. I should say intellect, emotion, being. These three can fit into length, breadth, depth. I should say it's a rough equation.
So depth is being, and breadth is
emotion.
And length is logic.
Intellect. Not intelligence, just intellect.
Thank you.
The difference between intellect and intelligence is that one scientist trying to make 2 holes in the door for cat and kitten. As per logic, he is right. As per the intelligence, he is wrong.
This, the length, breadth, and depth of a being is defined by the Panchakritya of Sadashiva. So, where is the question of ability that the Jiva has?
Now, please understand. You see, it is like you have been given 30-meter rope. You have the freedom to keep 3 meters as length, 5 meters as depth, remaining as a depth. Or all 30 as a length and cry that I don't have a breadth and depth. That freedom is with you. 30-meter rope is given. You can decide whether I want to spend more of my energy only in length, intellect, or only in the breadth, emotion, or only in the depth, being. The more amount goes to being, more alive you will be.
Okay.
If somebody rolls all 30 meters into being, he will be independent of anything of the external world. He will be the king. He will live like a god.
Okay.
Means, even his logic will be the expression of being. Depth. His breadth will be the expression of depth.
Okay.
See, unclutching, completion, all that is nothing but rolling more of you into depth.
Okay.
The length given is by Sadashiva. Decision to share is by you.
Suppose the being doesn't know how much to allot where, because again that is coming under the Panchakritya, whether it's more of delusion, whether the being is deluded, in which part the being is resting.
The moment you feel the suffocation, delusion loses power over you. 24 hours you have the freedom to be logically thinking constantly or emotionally influencing your life and living in breath, or spending more and more time to be sitting in your being, strengthening the depth. You do have freedom. Surely you have a freedom to play within that few meter rope you have. For example, the few hours you have, you do have freedom.
Okay.
That few hours, how you spend, you strengthen that dimension of you. That decides, are you going to have more freedom or not? When a child is given a knife and the child is very brilliant and it is nicely cooking, doing only the right job, he will be given a bigger knife. If the child is by mistake, knowingly or unknowingly cutting his finger or hurting himself, the knife will be taken away from the child. So, all of us surely are endowed with certain freedom. How we play with that freedom, are we using that freedom to hurt others and hurt ourselves? Then it is curtailed.
Okay.
If we are using that freedom to free us and free others, then it is expanded.
Okay. So is that called free will?
That is called free will.
Okay.
And surely we are all given enough free will to manage our life.
Okay.
And one more thing, whenever suffocation is felt by you, Sadashiva is Karunya Murti. The moment you feel the suffocation, liberation starts in you.
Okay.
It is like a gold touching the mercury. The moment gold and mercury comes in contact, gold starts melting.
Okay.
Same way, the moment you feel the suffocation, it starts melting.
Okay.
And sometimes we ourselves ask Sadashiva this as a boon. I may not be able to handle myself pushing me towards liberation. You better appear in the form of suffocation to me and go on pushing me towards liberation. Why Tirunavukar got the stomach pain? He actually asked Sadashiva, till you fill my heart, let my stomach torture me. So that is the way he got that disease. He feels in the world I may forget the whole purpose. So better you be available in the form of this suffocation. So till I become completely enlightened, you be driving me from the stomach.
Oh my God.
Sometimes even we ourselves make this happen.
Oh. And we will not be aware of this at all.
I tell you, there is something called soft sufferings. Soft suffering means actually without any problem you will be suffering. Those soft sufferings are usually boons. You take it and come down.
Okay.
For example, actually somebody is handicapped. Actually somebody is in the poverty. Actually somebody is like a mad or that and all is actual karma. But there is something called soft suffering. Actually there is no reason, but you will be going on suffering. It's called soft suffering, which is boon. It's like a for alarm clock, you give the key, and this is the key you give.
Okay.
So you yourself decide, I have to become enlightened within this birth. Okay. So my acceleration speed is not enough.
Okay.
Devi, please accelerate me.
Oh.
Whatever it may take, I am ready for that. Whenever you give that kind of a commitment, she gives soft suffering.
Okay.
She will never give you hard suffering. Hard suffering comes by karma.
Okay.
Soft suffering comes by boon.
Oh.
All soft suffering is come only as a boon.
Swamiji, just before with the length, breadth and depth, just by having the depth, can we create even the matter? Just by
see what I am saying, listen. If you are just a sandalwood tree, naturally you will have a smell. So if you become fully depth, for example, 30-meter rope is given, all 30 you ended up and become a depth, your smell itself will be length and breadth. Your presence will be breadth and length. I am telling you, no way I can be so logical from my background. I am a high school dropout. No, as per the international standard, I am a high school dropout. I never went to university. I created university, that's all. No, I'm telling you practical. Never went to any university. Never know any protocols of the university. So, from logic, if you see, I cannot have this logic. It's my depth, and the smell of the depth is logic. So each of this session is one PhD thesis. And surely, I am not exposed to any of these physics, quantum physics books and these, that, to catch the essence and chew and spit it out. See the morning satsang. Whether it is a quantum physics, chemistry or alchemy, everything just gets chewed and gets... So no way, logically it is possible. No way logically it is possible. Depth, if you wind the whole thing into depth, I tell you, bluntly if I have to put it, completion makes even your logic extremely beautiful, extremely sharp. And anything you see, you just behave like a grinder and grind and spit it out. For example, first time when I sat in the flight, I just looked and I know the whole circuit, how it is working. I know it looks like a too big claim, but what would I have to tell you? With all my integrity, I am telling you. First time when I sat in the flight, maybe I think it is 2002 or only at that time. When I sat in the flight, I just looked around. I just know the whole circuit, how it works. Not by any logic. Always try to entertain yourself with your depth, means completion. Unclutching, completion, all these are beautiful entertainments. A lot of time on unclutching, you will have amazing business strategies. Amazing business strategies. Amazing negotiation words. You will just know where that guy is sitting. You will just know where you need to relate to him.
Like how he used the depth, to create another loka. So how did he do it? How did he physically do it? Did he just think of it and it appeared?
No. Space is a material which you can use and do. It's a wax. So he knows how to do that, use that wax, that's all. नित्यानन्देश्वर समारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि मध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Sarvanyapeta Yajamans, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Tanedar, Kotari, everyone sitting with us all over the world. I welcome all of you with my love and respect. Let me enter into today's subject, living Shuddhadvaita process. Listen carefully. Please listen, come to the space of listening. The science of living Shuddhadvaita process. Today, the sacred secret science I wanted to share with you is mystery of the matrix. Listen. Jiva. Listen. Jiva. The individual existence, perceptual, experiential, comparative, all put together. Your individual existence is Jiva. It goes through 25 states of consciousness. From sleeping, 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 dreaming, dreaming, sleeping, waking, 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 awakened, awakened, waking. Totally 25 various states of consciousness you go through as a Jiva. Jagat, the universe. It has 11 dimensions. Length, breadth, depth is all you know. Time and space still scientists are exploring. But various permutations and combinations of length, breadth, depth, time and space forms 11 dimensions. That is the Jagat, universe. Sadashiva, Ishvara, who manifests as 5 dimensions and unmanifest part of him. That is Ishvara. Listen. Jiva, soul. Jagat, universe. Ishvara, Sadashiva. The matrix between these three is called Sri Vidya.